Live. Girard Sports Live is presented by Crochan, your community technology partner. Learn more at ckt.net. Also by Ag Choice of Epler, American Family Insurance, Jenny Collins Agency, Bradshaw Collision Repair, Call Service, Community National Bank and Trust, Derailed Commodity, Diskins Auto and Towing, DS Construction, Evans Motors, Farm Bureau Financial Services, Farmers Bank, Girard Medical Center, Hytrix Appliance, The Jagged Edge, GN Bank, Larrett Ceramics, Leah Smith Agency Farmers Insurance, Lehman Realty, Mathis Drug, McClellan Sanitation, Norris Advertising, Producers Cooperative Association, and Roto-Rooter.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's time for Girard Sports Live.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome out to Parsons, Kansas for tonight's season opener for the Girard Trojans on the hardwood as they take on the Parsons Vikings. I'm Josh Lettner, alongside me, Jess Murphy, and after an exciting volleyball season and certainly a successful football season this year for the Trojans, now set to kick things off here on the hardwood. And Jess will start things off with girls action here tonight, and the Trojans, a lot of familiar faces on this squad. And just lost a couple seniors off last year's team. And so, Coach Herlocker has quite a bit of game experience on his roster this year.
Yeah, I talked to Coach Herlocker just a little bit, and he was saying every major category was occupied by those two he lost. But he's excited. He's had a good summer. He's had a good few weeks of practice. He's got a whole bunch of girls that's competing for spots, and he's really excited to get this season started.
Well, before we get much further, we do want to let you know that Girard Sports Live is brought to you by Crochan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by slow speeds and high prices. Get gigabit, the fastest internet in Southeast Kansas with Crochan. To learn more, go to ruralfiber.org or see everything Crochan has to offer at ckt.net. We'll get a little bit further into this matchup as we move on through the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show. But first, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Hey, Mama.
Now more than ever, Crochan is dedicated to helping keep families connected, workers to collaborate, students to learn, and businesses to continue to serve their customers, and even for doctors to treat their patients. Crochan's reliable high-speed fiber-to-the-home network means no buffering movies or grainy video conferences, no matter how many people are using it. Call or go online to sign up for the fastest and best internet in Southeast Kansas. Crochan. If you need to stay connected, you need Crochan.
Community National Bank and Trust has been serving the area for more than 30 years with a strong commitment to the highest quality leadership and banking services. Stop in soon and pick up your very own Girard Trojan Instant Issue Mascot Debit Card. While you're there, be sure to ask about Secure Lock, mobile banking, Guardian Secure Checking, and People Pay. Learn more at mybankcmb.com. Community National Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Girard Schools.
Member FDIC.
Go Trojans!
Girard Medical Center is one of the area's best places to work. Are you a nurse? Does caring for patients on a more personal level sound appealing to you? Then you'll love our lower nurse-to-patient ratio. We also have positions open in other departments. Benefits include state employee health plan, 457 retirement plan with match, life insurance, paid time off, plus employee and family discounts on services. Best of all, your coworkers are like family. For more information, contact Greg Sullivan, Director of HR, or apply online at girardmedicalcenter.com.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. Trojan fans can find us at 408B North Grand in Pittsburgh or call 620-232-7305. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
The Producers Co-op Farm Store is committed to making your life easier by supplying you with the things you need for your farm and home. As always, the Producers Co-op Farm Store has a great selection of farm and ranch supplies, including pet supplies, ranch and corral building supplies and equipment, automatic waterers and feed bunks, tack, dog food, pet and animal health supplies, workwear, boots, and much, much more. Come in and check out the great deals on lots of new merchandise as well. Proudly serving Girard and the surrounding area, and proud to support the Girard Trojans.
Celebrate, recognize, build. That's the promise of Wilbert's Signature Awards and Engraving. Owners Greg and Missy Scott are committed to helping their customers celebrate special moments, recognize achievements, and build relationships. With a huge selection of Trojan gear, plaques and awards, custom leather patch hats, trophies, and so much more. Plus, while you're there, stop in next door to find the latest fashions from Aubrey at Scott & Company. Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Learn more at wilbertawards.com or call 620-724-0341.
Welcome back to Parsons, Kansas. Getting set for tonight's basketball opener between the Girard Trojans and the Parsons Vikings. I'm Josh Lettner, alongside me Jess Murphy, and we want to let you know that our pregame show is brought to you by Community National Bank and Trust, serving the area for over 30 years. Stop in soon to pick up your very own Girard Trojan Instant Issue Mascot Debit Card. Community National Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Girard Schools. Learn more online at mybankcnb.com. Well, Jess, we talked a little bit about it in the opener, but on both sides, both boys and girls for the Trojans, a lot of questions to be answered coming into this season. Last year, the girls squad went 15-6 overall. They fell in sub-state to Frontenac, a 45-21 loss to end the season last year. But like you said, as far as their statistical categories go, they lost a lot. I know out of their two seniors that they graduated last year, namely Faith Poland, who was really kind of the driving force of that squad last year.
Yeah, Faith was going to be tough to replace. Olivia Colon was just a unmovable force in the paint. But you know, that's the thing about high school sports, Josh, is we get to refurbish. We lose some every year, and we got some upcomings, and the JV squad was very successful last year, and that's just part of it.
And the Parsons girls were 14-7 last year, and they played almost a year ago to this date, and the Trojans won that season opener 58-53 over Parsons. Their season ended with a 67-51 loss to Topeka Hayden. I believe that was sub-state, or was that state? I can't recall. Doesn't even say here on the list last year, but 14-7, a good season last year for Parsons. They played the Trojans close there in the season opener, and they were a team that seemed to get better as the year went on. They dropped most of their games early in the season, had a good run through what is the old SEK League, and you got to think that they're looking to improve this year.
Yeah, Parsons is always going to be tough. I see that just according to the roster, they might not have a whole lot of girls out, but I guarantee the ones they have out are going to be athletic and get up and down the court and give us all we want.
And you look at the roster, only one senior on this team, Brianna Patterson, a bunch of juniors, a couple sophomores and a few freshmen, but real heavy on the junior class this year. Well, Coach Pat Scheibe isn't out here yet, so we haven't been able to get a starting lineup for the Parsons Vikings, so you guys will learn them as we learn them, as the crowd learns them, and I'll do my best to jot them down here and keep up with the stats. But that's where we stand here. You don't know a lot coming into a high school basketball season, and you just kind of, with both of these teams, you kind of got to see what we've got, I guess, here early on. Parsons had a good squad on the boys' side last year, just a 1-point game. We'll talk about that later on as we move closer to that matchup. But the Trojan boys with some questions to be answered as well. Jess, they lost their leading scorer and kind of the cold-blooded killer of their offense, Bram Bourne. And so with this team, the defense will be there. Coach Westcott will have a good scheme. But it's just who's going to want the ball when it's time to win or lose.
Right, and who's going to get that ball back across half court? Quinn Oran,
right,
Bram Bourne, Brecken Chorkey. That seemed to be like everybody that handled the ball in the backcourt. So, but you're right. I have total faith in Coach Westcott. They've had all summer. Coach Wetke's right down here. I'll get him on the camera for us right there. And there's Coach David. The JV boys are playing. So, they've had all summer. They have quite a breakthrough football season, and then they have they've been 2 weeks now.
Yeah, it seems like yesterday we were sitting at Frank Jameson calling a football game. So, not a lot of time for these teams to get ready, but that's just kind of the nature of high school sports, and a high level of success in one sport kind of hamstrings you early in the season for the next one up. And we'll see how these teams come out here tonight on the varsity side. And yeah, you just don't know a lot. We don't know until we know, and it's kind of like Parsons starters. So we'll just wait and see what tonight's game brings. We'll step away for another quick break. We'll be back with more of the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show as we move closer to tip-off of girls action here tonight from Parsons, Kansas. It's the Trojans and the Vikings going to battle here on Girard Sports Live.
The farmer's friend in the field is Crop Care. With their industry-leading crop scouting, Crop Care can catch diseases, bugs, and other yield-robbing issues before they affect your bottom line. Crop Care also offers grid soil sampling and plant sampling with lab-tested results, giving you an unmatched advantage. With coverage across the entire region, Crop Care has insight that can help you avoid problems before they start. Give Kurt or Josh Harris a call at 620-687-4795. Crop Care, the name says it all.
Farm Bureau is proud to support Girard High School student athletes. At Farm Bureau Financial Services, their #1 goal is to make insurance simple. Agents Joe Sasho, Lori Johnson, and Lisa Sasho take pride in educating their clients and members. There's a lot of information out there, and at Farm Bureau, they can explain it in a way that relates to you, so you can apply it to your life, family, farm, and future. To learn more, contact Judd, Lori, and Lisa at 620-724-4213. Go Trojans!
You've enjoyed life. Over the years, your community has become your passion, something you hope future generations get to experience, just as you have. That's why the Girard Area Community Foundation has worked hard to help fulfill charitable goals and inspire generosity, meeting the needs of the communities they serve. Creating a legacy fund with GACF ensures what you leave behind is an effective and lasting improvement in the community you love so dearly. Make plans to visit GirardAreaFoundation.com, preserving traditions for those who follow.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a house, land, or commercial space, look no further than Lehman Realty. Locally owned and operated, Jason Lehman and his staff are ready to meet the needs of every client. When it comes to your listing, you can trust that Lehman Realty will take the time to get to know you and your property. Lehman Realty is a proud supporter of Girard Trojan Athletics. Learn more at www.lehmanrealty.net or call Jason at 620-724-8020.
McClellan Sanitation is a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. McClellan Sanitation is also proud to have been serving Girard and the surrounding area for decades. McClellan Sanitation offers residential, commercial, and roll-off services. As a locally owned and operated company, owners Dave and Candy McClellan and their employees are dedicated to providing the highest quality customer service. To learn more, call McClellan Sanitation at 620-724-8486. McClellan Sanitation wishes the Girard Trojans the best of luck this season.
Welcome back out here to Parsons High School. Josh Lettner along with Jess Murphy getting ready to bring you the season opener for the Girard Trojans. Starting first with girls action coming up here in just a few minutes. The boys to follow as the Trojans take the court, getting set to start their warm-ups. A little bit of confusion as to who's on what end, but I think they'll get it worked out. And this is, of course, you know, all of high school basketball across the state of Kansas kind of getting started and fired up this week. A lot of games going on across the area tonight. Let's take a look at some of those matchups. The look at the area matchups is brought to you by Diskins Auto and Towing, 120 East Forest Avenue in downtown Girard. Diskins offers 24-hour towing to repair all makes and models. To learn more, contact Diskins Auto and Towing at 620-724-8100. Well, tonight, some limited action across the area. Not every team in the area is in action, but of course this is coming from Max Preps, Jess. Yeah. And this game right here is not on their list, so who knows how accurate this is. This is the unofficial schedule tonight. Caney Valley is at Independence. Lebec County is at Bonner Springs. Southeast is at Erie. Colgan heads down Highway 7. They take on Columbus tonight. Neodesha is at Fredonia. Northeast is at Liberal. Humboldt is at Eureka. And Oswego is at West Elk. So those are your area matchups going on tonight. And we're going to have a good one here on our hands in Parsons as the Trojans traveled out here to Lebec County to take on the Vikings. And last year, this one at Ted R. Taylor Gymnasium was a 5-point, 6-point game, something like that. I think 5-point game between these two squads. So this year's game probably going to be just as competitive on the boys' side, a 1-point game last year. So we're excited to see how these two teams will shake out here to begin the season, the Trojans and the Vikings. Let's go ahead and take another break as we move closer to tip-off of girls action here. You're watching the Community National Bank and Trust pregame show on Girard Sports Live.
For years, James Brumbach and Brumbach Service Center have been keeping area residents on the road with high quality and fast service. Let's face it, none of us have time for a breakdown, so be sure to stop by Brumbach's for preventative maintenance, oil changes, and tire repairs. Brumbach's is also your place for new tires with a variety of quality brands to choose from. Brumbach Service Center, 312 East St. John in Girard. Call 620-724-6770. Good luck, Trojans, from Brumbach Service Center.
Chicken Annie's Girard is a proud supporter of Trojan Athletics. Chicken Annie's of Girard serves up the area's best fried chicken and a whole lot more. Check out their weekly specials like chicken and noodles on Wednesdays, Thursday nights kids nights, and Friday boneless wings. Oh, and don't forget about those delicious homemade pies. Stop in or enjoy their mouth-watering favorites at home with carry-out and catering available. Chicken Annie's Girard, continuing a Southeast Kansas tradition. Learn more at chickenanniesgirard.com or call 620-724-4090.
Do you have a construction project that just needs that custom touch? Are you looking for a contractor who can get it all done? Roof to floors and everywhere in between? Then call Dustin Sneed at DS Construction. With more than 20 years of industry experience, DS Construction specializes in new construction, roofing, renovations, and more. There's no job too big or small. For a free estimate, call DS Construction at 620-724-0209. That's 620-724-0209.
Hydrix, your dependable independent. Depend on us for service, for selection, for price. Get huge Samsung savings. Leave notes, sync calendars, and display your photos on the new Samsung Family Hub refrigerator. Plus, get free same-day delivery. Why shop for appliances where the motto is do it yourself when you can depend on the know-how of people who live appliances every day?
The only thing better than our price is our service. Heidrich's, Fort Scott, and Girard.
Here at the Smith Agency, we love being part of our hometown, and we know it's the people who make our community great. That's why this year, we're on the search for our hometown hero. Hometown heroes are individuals who go above and beyond impacting people's lives. Hometown heroes are children, parents, seniors, they're leaders, and they're everywhere. Nominate your hometown hero, and at the last home game of the season, they'll be recognized with a $100 gift card to Heroes Barbecue. Contact our office and nominate your hero today.
Mathis Drug Store Incorporated has a proud Girard history of more than 50 years. Glenn and Karen Mathis took over the store in 1983 from Glenn's father and have been providing outstanding customer care and service since. At Mathis, they know their customers by name and value their support. Primary goal is to provide fast, accurate, friendly service. Mathis is a full-service pharmacy that accepts most insurance plans and supports competitive cash pricing. Mathis Drug Store, a proud supporter of Girard High School student-athlete.
The farmer's friend in the field is Crop Care. With their industry-leading crop scouting, Crop Care can catch diseases, bugs, and other yield-robbing issues before they affect your bottom line. Crop Care also offers grid soil sampling and plant sampling with lab-tested results, giving you an unmatched advantage. With coverage across the entire region, Crop Care has insight that can help you avoid problems before they start. Give Kurt or Josh Harris a call at 620-687-4795. Crop Care, the name says it all.
For years, James Brumbach and Brumbach Service Center have been keeping area residents on the road with high quality and fast service. Let's face it, none of us have time for a breakdown, so be sure to stop by Brumbach's for preventative maintenance, oil changes, and tire repairs. Brumbach's is also your place for new tires with a variety of quality brands to choose from. Brumbach Service Center, 312 East St. John in Girard. Call 620-724-6770. Good luck, Trojans, from Brumbach Service Center.
Family owned and operated, GM Bank has been providing customers with the highest quality of financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Whether you have personal, business, or agricultural needs, GM Bank is big enough to handle all of your banking needs, yet small enough to provide you with that personal touch you've grown to expect from a community bank. GM Bank, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more at gm-bank.com.
Welcome back to Parsons, Kansas. As you can see there, we're about 10.5 minutes away from tip-off here between the Girard Lady Trojans and the Parsons Vikings. Both teams out warming up on the floor. Coaches and officials having their pregame discussion. This looks like a good time to check in on tonight's starting lineups. If I can find them here. I had them just a second ago. Pardon me while I organize my stuff. All right, the starting lineup's brought to you by Jagged Edge. Trojans will start this game in style, but nowhere near the level of style you'll find at the Jagged Edge. Stylist Carla Sands, Robin Hawkins, or Eva Vietti will have you looking your best for your next big game. Make an appointment soon by calling 620-724-7500. First off, for the Parsons Vikings, they'll start senior Brianna Patterson, like we mentioned earlier, the only senior on their roster. Next up, junior Ashka Patel, junior Sydney Scheibe, junior Inya Hinman, and junior Riley Dunley. And no position descriptions, heights, or anything else, so you'll just have to look for yourself at who's tall, who plays guard, and who plays forward. We'll figure it out as we go. For the Trojans, they'll start 5'9" senior Emmeline Syndicate, 5'6" senior Bailey Troike, 5'6" senior Danica Lopez, 5'5" junior Riley Brooks, and 5'9" junior Hayden Buckley. And all of those players saw significant action last year, but some of them are going to have to step up this year in the leadership category and kind of in the physicality category as well for the Trojans down low, as Jess mentioned earlier. And a lot of familiar names as well on that Parsons roster. So pretty competitive game, I think, on the docket for us here tonight. And Jess, what are your keys to the game, man?
Well, basketball it's going to be turnover. It's going to be managing the ball, moving the ball, not letting the ball stick, working your offense. And then on the defensive side, you know, Coach Herlocher's been known for years as that in-your-face full court, running 8, 9, 10 different players at you and just all over you defensively. So I'm excited, Josh. Like you said earlier, we have no idea what product we're going to get on the court. New year, new faces. Names seem to be the same, but sometimes the faces all change.
Yeah, they're a little bit taller this year. You never know. Well, and, you know, early in the season, just like turnovers are, I think they decide more wins and losses than just about anything else. I mean, they're big any time of the year, but early in the year, if you're a good defensive squad and you can turn people over who maybe aren't comfortable in their own offense yet, it can win you some games early in the schedule.
We have transition basketball, get turnovers and make your layups. And I know I'll get grief for saying this, but man, we got to make free throws. Sometimes that bit us in the butt a little bit last year, so just make sure you're getting the free ones when they're giving it to you.
All right, those keys to the game brought to you by Evans Motors. Get the key to your next ride with a stop at Evans Motors. Nate and Eddie will have decades of experience getting folks into the right vehicle for their family. Stop by and see them at the intersections of Highway 69 and 400 just south of Pittsburgh, or see their full selection online at evansmotors.net. We'll step away for a quick break. We'll be back as we move closer to tip-off between the Trojans and the Vikings. You're watching Trojan Basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com.
Hey, Mama.
Now more than ever, Croccan is dedicated to helping keep families connected, workers to collaborate, students to learn, and businesses to continue to serve their customers, and even for doctors to treat their patients. Croccan's reliable high-speed fiber-to-the-home network means no buffering movies or grainy video conferences, no matter how many people are using it. Call or go online to sign up for the fastest and best internet in Southeast Kansas. Croccan. If you need to stay connected, you need Croccan.
A partner in your fields and in your success. That's what you get with Murphy Seed. Channel seedsman Matt Murphy knows your fields and can recommend the elite seed products designed to perform in your area, maximizing the profitability of every acre. With Murphy Seed, you'll get year-round, hands-on, customized service. To learn more, call Murphy Seed at 620-249-6419. Your partner at every stage. Matt Murphy and Murphy Seed. Roto-Rooter is proud to serve Girard and the surrounding area, offering sewer and drain cleaning, as well as septic and grease trap pumping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From toilet clogs to video inspections, sewer line repairs to complete replacements. To make an appointment, call 620-231-5630. Roto-Rooter is now owned by GHS alum Braden Peak and GMS teacher Heather Peak, and they are proud to support the Trojans. Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630. See their ad in names and numbers.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a house, land, or commercial space, look no further than Lehman Realty. Locally owned and operated, Jason Lehman and his staff are ready to meet the needs of every client. When it comes to your listing, you can trust that Lehman Realty will take the time to get to know you and your property. Lehman Realty is a proud supporter of Girard Trojan Athletics. Learn more at www.lehmanrealty.net or call Jason at 620-724-8020.
Welcome back to Parsons, Kansas. About 4 minutes away from tip-off tonight between the Lady Trojans and the Lady Vikings. I'm Josh Lettner, alongside me, Jess Murphy, and a brand new season of Trojan basketball set to get underway. The girls' season last year came to an end in the finals of Sub-State up at Prairie View High School. The girls lost to a very talented Frontenac squad last year to end their season. The boys made it all the way to the state tournament before losing to Royal Valley, as they were able to win their sub-state over Burlington in the championship game there. So a successful season last year for the boys, but a lot of questions to be answered on both sides of the ball. A lot of senior leadership graduated for both the boys and the girls last year. So I think, man, Jess, coming into this season, I feel like we know less than just about any year we've called here of Trojan basketball. I mean, I think in the past you've had a lot better idea of what to expect out of each squad, and I think this year there's a lot of question marks.
Yeah, I agree. From what I remember from last year, we got some girls like to pull the trigger from outside that just can't hesitate. Just when you see an open shot, take it. And shooters have to shoot. So,
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how aggressive they are with the jump shot early in the game. You know, sometimes it seemed like last year the team would kind of get in a rut of passing it around the perimeter. Nobody wanted to take the shot, and then they ended up forcing something up. And it'll be interesting to see how aggressive they are just pulling the trigger on the outside shot this year. So, you know, that's probably something they've talked about in practice. But also, if you got an opponent that likes to get out and run, sometimes that type of offense can really help you control the game, control the time possession, control the clock. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out here in Parsons. We're about a minute away from the introduction of starting lineups, but we've already done that for you. So we're way ahead of the curve here on Girard Sports Live.
They'll have national anthem.
They'll have the national anthem as well. So it seems like perhaps maybe this would be an appropriate time to take a break. I think they're going to do the national anthem before they do the introductions, right?
I
believe so.
I've been wrong one other time.
I'm trying to remember high school basketball, how it all works here. So
it's been a month or two.
It has. It's been a minute. So we'll wait and see how this all is going to work out.
Yeah.
But, man, is this like a classic Kansas high school basketball gym or
yeah,
what?
I like this
It does
gym.
remind me of Ted R. Taylor a little bit.
Yep.
Doesn't have the stage on the end of it. But, man, there have been a lot of basketball games played in this gym.
Right, and you can get lost trying to find your way around.
What, Parsons or the school, or what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the gym. I walk in one door and take a right, and I go to the wrong bathroom, and then I take a left, and I end up in the visitor side. And
well, I drove a half loop around town and came into this place from the southwest. So I haven't gotten lost in the gym yet, though, Jess. You got that unique distinction there. All right, we're going to step away for a quick break. We come back, we'll probably get the tail end of starting lineups and tip-off from here in Parsons. You're watching Trojan basketball, or you're getting ready to anyway, on Girard Sports Live.
Hey, Mama.
Now more than ever, Croccan is dedicated to helping keep families connected, workers to collaborate, students to learn, and businesses to continue to serve their customers, and even for doctors to treat their patients. Croccan's reliable high-speed fiber-to-the-home network means no buffering movies or grainy video conferences, no matter how many people are using it. Call or go online to sign up for the fastest and best internet in Southeast Kansas. Croccan. If you need to stay connected, you need Croccan.
Community National Bank and Trust has been serving the area for more than 30 years with a strong commitment to the highest quality leadership and banking services. Stop in soon and pick up your very own Girard Trojan Instant Issue mascot debit card. While you're there, be sure to ask about Secure Lock, mobile banking, Guardian Secure Checking, and People Pay. Learn more at mybankcmb.com. Community National Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Girard Schools.
Member FDIC.
Go Trojans!
Girard Medical Center is one of the area's best places to work. Are you a nurse? Does caring for patients on a more personal level sound appealing to you? Then you'll love our lower nurse-to-patient ratio. We also have positions open in other departments. Benefits include state employee health plan, 457 retirement plan with match, life insurance, paid time off, plus employee and family discounts on services. Best of all, your coworkers are like family. For more information, contact Greg Sullivan, Director of HR, or apply online at girardmedicalcenter.com.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. Trojan fans can find us at 408B North Grand in Pittsburgh or call 620-232-7305. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
The Producers Co-op Farm Store is committed to making your life easier by supplying you with the things you need for your farm and home. As always, the Producers Co-op Farm Store has a great selection of farm and ranch supplies, including pet supplies, ranch and corral building supplies and equipment, automatic waterers and feed bunks, tack, dog food, pet and animal health supplies, workwear, boots, and much, much more. Come in and check out the great deals on lots of new merchandise as well. Proudly serving Girard and the surrounding area, and proud to support the Girard Trojans.
Celebrate, recognize, build. That's the promise of Wilbert's Signature Awards and Engraving. Owners Greg and Missy Scott are committed to helping their customers celebrate special moments, recognize achievements, and build relationships. With a huge selection of Trojan gear, plaques and awards, custom leather patch hats, trophies, and so much more. Plus, while you're there, stop in next door to find the latest fashions from Aubrey at Scott & Company. Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Learn more at wilbertawards.com or call 620-724-0341.
Welcome back out here to Parsons High School. Doing the starting lineups for tonight's matchup between the Trojans and the Parsons Vikings. I'm Josh Ledner, alongside me Jess Murphy. And it's the opening game of the 22-23 basketball season for both the Trojan boys and girls. Coming up down the road, the Trojan boys will host Liberal, Missouri coming up next week, and the girls will be on the road at the St. Paul tournament. And on our schedule spreadsheet, BJ has TBD on those games, but I believe we'll be in Girard for the boys game on Tuesday, and then maybe catch some of the later tournament games for the girls later on in the week. I'm not sure. If you got any intel on that, Jess, now's the time to share.
Yeah, I will. I myself am TBD'd.
Ah! Reassuring.
Right.
Reassuring. You're my rock, Jess. All right. So we're getting set for tonight's opening tip-off, brought to you by Larrett Ceramics, 503 West Maple and Girard. Stop by Larrett Ceramics for great gift ideas and supplies. Get creative when it comes to gift buying and get your friends and family a beautiful ceramic piece or maybe even classes from Larrett Ceramics. Call 620-724-8442. Emmeline Syndicate will jump it up with Genuine Adams for Parsons. And we're underway. Tip controlled by Riley Brooks for the Trojans. Now Troike with it up top, swings it around to Syndicate. Into the corner to Danica Lopez. Her pass too strong for Buckley and picked off by Ashka Patel. She'll bring it across the timeline, kind of, for Parsons. Now quickly down low, that's Riley Dunley. Her shot won't go. Rebound comes down to Lopez. And the Trojans back the other way. Now Syndicate middle of the lane, low shoe shiner pass to Lopez, can't handle it. And again, a turnover on the first two possessions. Sydney Scheibe comes away with it for the Vikings. She'll swing it around to Brianna Patterson. Now back to Scheibe. Now Patel with it at the top of the key, back over to Scheibe. Shot on the way is good for three. Sydney Scheibe breaks the ice tonight with a big three, and Parsons out to the early lead. Into the lane to Syndicate. Her shot no good off the glass. Rebound comes down to Patterson. And now she'll go to work being guarded by Troike. Back out to Patel, left open for a three, and she nails it. The Lady Vikings come out shooting lights out from beyond three, and they lead at 6-0 here in the early moments of the first quarter. Now over to Lopez. Long shot on the way is good. Danica Lopez answering back for the Trojans. Cuts the lead in half. Now Patterson, a very high dribble. We'll see if Troike able to get in there and get some steals tonight as Taylor's dribble up there around her shoulder. Patel thought about a three, now gives it back up to Patterson. Into the lane, shot won't go. Rebound caroms to Emmeline Syndicate. Now the Trojans with a chance to cut it to one or tie it. Now Riley Brooks for three, too strong off the iron. Patel down with the rebound. Over to Scheibe on the wing. You know she likes to shoot that shot. And they're going to get a reach-in foul. Coming in, I think they might get Syndicate with this one. Nope, it's going to go against Danica Lopez. That's her first team foul on the Trojans. Scheibe to inbound from the baseline, gets it out to Patterson, over to Patel again, open for three. This one rattles in, gets the home cooking, and it falls for Patel. She has 6 points, and the Vikings lead it by 6. Now Brooks goes baseline, her little floater won't go, and the steal by Lopez, but she loses a dribble, and they're going to say last touch by the Vikings. It'll stay with Girard. So a heads-up play by Lopez saves the possession for the Trojans, after the little runner by Brooks wouldn't go. Jaden Hawkins checks into the game for the Trojans, along with Peyton Brooks. Now back down the other way. Patel, baseline, shot on the way, no good off the iron. Rebound comes down to Adams. Her putback is good, and the foul. And they're going to get Danica Lopez with this one, so 2 quick fouls on Lopez. And Adams' shot won't go. And Brooks left open for three, and she hits. So it's a 3-point shooting contest here tonight. And so far the Vikings lead at 11-6. Except for Adams' putback, everything has been behind the arc. That pass too high, intended for Adams, goes out of bounds, and that'll turn it over to the Trojans. Patel saw that she had good position, just couldn't hit her with the entry pass. Now here comes Girard. Down to Syndicate, middle of the lane, turnaround jumper is good. Trojans within 3. 4:05 to play here, first quarter. Now this is Brianna Patterson with it. Over to Patel, into the corner to Scheibe. Shot on the way, rattles off. Battle for the rebound, and they're going to get a foul on Riley Dunley as she was reaching in on Jaden Hawkins. That's her first team foul on Parsons. Another entry pass to Sinnott into the corner to Brooks. Shot on the way, no good. Rebound comes down to Dunley. And that was Riley Brooks with the shot, by the way. Patel left open again, and she hits it. Trojans can't leave her open. That's 9 points, all from behind the arc for Ashka Patel. And it gives Parsons a 14-8 lead. And Coach Herlocker wants to talk about it with a 30-second timeout. Well, just back and forth here. A lot more offense than I thought we'd see this early on.
Yeah, Trojans, they've had a couple looks at the paint. They just haven't found their outside shot as fast as Parsons has in their home gym.
Trojans have turned it over a couple times. Parsons has turned it over once. I'm not good enough at stats, but I would say just by feel or sense of smell that Parsons is winning the rebounding battle a little bit.
By the eye test?
Yeah, that's right. So Bailey Bradshaw seeing her first action tonight, and Reagan Poland in the game as well. Out of Bradshaw, back out top to Hawkins, almost walked with it. Into the lane, Peyton Brooks' turnaround is blocked, and Patel comes away with it. This is Patterson with it. Swings it around to Scheibe. Scheibe forces one up along the baseline, won't go. But Adams' rebound not there, but Patel tracks down the deflection. And Parsons back in business. Patel, now you see Bailey Troike standing right at the three-point line. But they leave Scheibe open on the baseline, and she's able to hit for two. 5 points for Sydney Scheibe, and it's an 8-point lead now for Parsons. This thing's starting to get away from the Trojans. Shot on the way from Hawkins, short, and Dunley there to catch the miss. Back across, Patel open for three again. She'll shoot. Short with it off the front iron. Long rebound tipped around, comes down to Peyton Brooks. And she pulls up the dribble, gives it up to Bradshaw. Now Troike will set up the offense for Girard. Into the lane to Bradshaw, kicks it out to Hawkins. They'll swing it around the perimeter. Troike with it still top of the key now as they settle back in again. Reagan Poland open for three. She'll pull the trigger, rattles out, no good. Did everything but go down. And Patterson gets the rebound for Parsons, and they have it. And there's going to be a reach-in foul on Jaden Hawkins out near half court. Riley Brooks back into the game along with Hayden Buckley. Patel handling, being guarded by Troike. This is Sayla Ray entered the game for Parsons off the timeout. And she hits Adams hits the putback. Push the lead to 10, and she'll head to the line. Bailey Bradshaw picks up the foul. Free throw no good. And they're going to get another reach foul as Patterson pushes it down the floor and gets pushed by Bailey Troike. I have that as 4 team fouls, so I'm missing one somewhere. Scheibe with it. He'll give it up to Patel. Almost lost it, but able to hold on. Throws over the top, and that's a backcourt violation. It'll turn it over to the Trojans. Just the second turnover of the game for Parsons. And Girard really needs to get some points on this possession. Get this lead back down to single digits here before the end of the quarter. Bradshaw with it. Now Buckley thought about a three. She'll put it on the floor and walks with it. And that'll turn it back over to Parsons. So far, Trojans losing the turnover battle here tonight. And it's showing on the scoreboard. There's a turnover. Riley Brooks picks off the inbound pass. Trojans with it on the wing. Gets it to Syndicate down amongst the trees. Now back out to Buckley, and she hits the three. Buckley's first basket of the night cuts the lead to 7. Waning seconds here of the first quarter. That pass tipped, almost picked off by Troike. They'll be out of bounds right in front of the Parsons bench. Figure out who's going to inbound this ball here for the Vikings. And it will be Brianna Patterson. Gets it over to Scheibe over the timeline. Somebody better pick her up. And she walked with it. Now the Trojans will have it. 4.3 to play. And they'll inbound it from in front of the Trojan bench. Brooks half court. Gives it up. Shot on the way. Off the top of the backboard. And that's going to do it for the first quarter. Trojans trail it by 7. They trailed by as many as 10. We're getting set for second half action, or second quarter action when we come back. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Farmers Bank is a proud supporter of Girard schools. For generations, Farmers Bank has worked with local leaders, businesses, and residents to help shape the future of Southeast Kansas. Farmers Bank is proud to have helped with the growth and development of the communities we serve. As partners in business and friends in life, Farmers Bank is looking forward to a brighter tomorrow. Farmers Bank, with locations in Walnut, Hepler, St. Paul, and Girard. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Celebrate, recognize, build. That's the promise of Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Owners Greg and Missy Scott are committed to helping their customers celebrate special moments, recognize achievements, and build relationships. With a huge selection of Trojan gear, plaques and awards, custom leather patch hats, trophies, and so much more. Plus, while you're there, stop in next door to find the latest fashions from Aubrey at Scott & Company. Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Learn more at wilbertawards.com or call 620-724-0341.
Parsons set to inbound here to start the second quarter. Patterson gets it into Patel. Now Adams with it on the elbow. She'll just hand it off to Patterson. Wild shot off the glass won't go, but Adams is there for the rebound and the putback. And that's her game, man, on the boards. Adams has 6 points already and has drawn 2 fouls. That pass picked off again. Another turnover for the Trojans. Patel comes away with it. Scheibe with it on the wing. This is Patterson. To the elbow, now to Patel on the wing. Parsons patient here. That one tipped away by Syndicate, but she can't get there in time. And it'll stay with Parsons. Trojans just kind of seeded the inbound pass there. Patterson left open for 3, off the iron, no good. Rebound comes down to Lopez, ahead to Troike. Now Brooks with it. She'll go baseline and draw a foul on Scheibe. That's the first foul on Sydney Scheibe, I believe just the 2nd team foul on Parsons. Troike inbounds into Sinnott, off the glass and good. 4 points for Emmeline Sinnott. Cuts the lead back down to 7 here with just under 7 minutes to play in the first half. Patterson over to Scheibe, back. Patterson now. Patel with it, her pass off the mark, and it's going to be corralled by Danica Lopez. Over to Brooks, left open for 3, off the iron, no good. Patel with the rebound. There's not many crimson jerseys down there on the boards for the Trojans. And Patterson just nowhere to go with it. Didn't really seem like she knew what she wanted to do. Now Brooks pops the little jumper, rattles off, no good. And man, Riley Brooks has had a couple do everything but go down tonight. And the Trojans still trail it by 7. Patel handling up to the wing. And you got to wonder, Parsons not running a lot of players in and out of this game, Jess, how long they can keep up this pace before it starts to take its toll. And there we see Patterson step on the inline. She's looked a little sloppy the last couple times down the floor. And Parsons going to turn it over. And it's time for Coach Pat Scheibe to talk things over with his squad. I believe it's just going to be a 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here. And, man, just kind of a frenetic pace to this game, Jess.
Right. It looked like they're towards the end of the first quarter. Trojans come out and pressed a little bit and got Vikings to turn the ball over and kind of got ourselves back in it. And you're right, a while ago, we're just can't make a shot, and we're not in any position to get a rebound quite yet. So Coach Herlocker going over things right there in the huddle, and I'm sure he's talking about that exact stuff.
As both teams head back out on the floor, that not used to seeing the Trojans this far behind in the turnover battle. I wish I was better at stats. I would have that one for you, Jess.
Well, you got 2 hands.
It's the first game of the year.
You could write with both of them.
Just glad I got the score right, but there's a board on the wall with that. So Buckley gets it down low to Sinnott. Her shot off the iron, off the glass, won't go. Last touch by a couple of Vikings, and it'll stay with Girard. Not a bad look that time for Sinnott. Just had to hurry it. She gets the inbound pass. Now she'll put it on the floor, middle of the lane. Shot again off the back iron, won't go. Adams with the rebound for Parsons. To Patel, ahead to Patterson. She'll cut into the lane, throws one up, won't go, but guess who with the rebound? It's Adams, and somebody's got to box her out. There's a held ball. It'll stay with Parsons. Oh no, it'll go to the Trojans. That's right. Parsons got it out of the break.
Into the game for the Lady Vikings, number 34, Sayla Ray.
Adams just seems to come down with darn near every rebound that's within her zip code. Trojans got to do a better job boxing her out. Buckley for 3, too strong off the glass. Won't go. Rebound tracked down by Scheibe. It's been a 7-point lead here for quite some time for the Vikings. I think Bailey Troike might have got away with a reach there. Pass into the lane to Adams. She goes to work on Sinnott, who kind of bodies her out of the lane. Back to Scheibe on the wing. Now Patel back to Adams. They swing it around. Shot on the way for Ray. Won't go. And the Trojans come away with it. Riley Brooks open for 3. Off the back iron, won't go. Can't get that shot to fall tonight, but she does come away with the steal from Ray. Maybe the Trojans will get another shot at it here. Trailing by 7, 4:20 to play first half. Troike with the shot. Don't see her shoot it very often. That one a little too strong off the back iron. Patel with the board. Ray thought about a 3. Now she'll put it on the floor into the lane. Shot won't go. Rebound tracked down by Brooks. Down the floor quickly. And it's out of bounds. They're going to say last touch by Parsons. Even though I'm not sure Patel got any part of the ball on that one. Jaden Hawkins, Reagan Poland, and Peyton Brooks check back into the game. Shot on the way from Sinnott. Man, it won't go. It's heartbreaking. She's getting these shots within 5 feet of the bucket and just can't get them to fall. They're good-looking shots, just not going down. Patterson walked with it, and that'll turn it back over to the Trojans.
Yeah.
And here you see, I think this is fatigue. You see Adams pulling on her jersey, asking to come out of the game, telling coach, hey, I'm winded here, boss. And so you're going to see Jaden Kendrick, the junior, for her first action tonight.
Yeah, M-Line's had some shots halfway down in the basket and just popped back out.
It's like there's a force field around the top of that rim. Poland with it, back up top. Lopez should pull the trigger on a three and drains it. And Coach Herlocker looking for the pressure after the made basket. Trojans do bring the full court press. He's sensing perhaps some of the fatigue that's bothering Parsons, and we're going to get a foul there on, I believe that's going on Jaden Hawkins. That's her first. 6th team foul on the Trojans. I'm still missing that phantom foul. Scheibe decides to pull the trigger on a three, and the rebound comes down to Jaden Kendrick, and the putback is good. So Adams sits down, and Kendrick comes in and does the exact same thing that Adams was doing before she sat. She brings down the board, gets the putback and the foul.
Yeah, Parsons doing a great job of crashing on shots.
Whistled that foul on Seneca. And she drained the free throw. Now Parsons back up by 7. Outside shot on the way from Hawkins, won't go, too strong. And now Scheibe with it, being guarded by Hawkins up the floor. Patterson now back out to Scheibe. Around to Patel, down to Adams in the lane, back in quickly. Shot on the way from Patel is good. 12 points, all from beyond the arc for Ashka Patel. And it pushes the lead back to 10, matching the largest lead of the game for the Lady Vikings. That pass deflected by Kendrick, but tracked down by Riley Brooks. Brooks being guarded by Adams, gets it over to Hawkins. Standing flat-footed, her pass picked off by Adams, kind of a lazy pass, and Adams with the layup coming the other way. So another turnover for the Trojans, and they pay the price as Genuine Adams, she's the real McCoy, got 8 points here in the first half. And there's a timeout on the floor. Coach Herlocker wants to talk things over with his squad. Again, just a 20-second timeout or 30-second timeout. We'll keep it right here, and Jess, turnovers are just killing the Trojans.
Yeah, I don't know what else I want to say, but you're right. It just looks like they're just a little flat-footed, just a little not quite into the offense quite yet. They've had a lot of good looks, Josh. They're just not making a lot of shots yet.
Yeah, and, you know, when those shots don't fall and you're taking them in rhythm, then you start to think about them, and then they're even less likely to fall.
Yep.
You know, the more you think about your shot, the less likely it is to go in. And I think the Trojans are, I don't know, thinking a little too hard about the jump shot right now. They are on the road. This is a unfamiliar setting and whatnot, but you got to keep taking your shots in rhythm. I think if you're the Trojans, and you super duper need to do two things. One, take care of the ball, and two, box out under the basket, because they're getting killed on the boards tonight. Trikey with it on the wing. Riley Brooks, shot on the way, too strong. Missed everything but the backboard. And it's going to be a held ball. It'll go to the Vikings. You know, if you're Riley Brooks and you're having a hard time hitting them from that exact spot, maybe take the shot from somewhere else. Over the top, pass to Adams. She had the layup, cut off by Buckley and fouled, and she'll head to the line to shoot two. I believe that's Buckley's first. And
good foul there by Hayden. Hard enough to not let her make the shot, but not hard enough to get the intentional.
And Adams, so far tonight, 0 for 3 from the stripe. I mean, if she was making her free throws, game would be out of touch right now. And the second one rattles off as well. Riley Brooks, a little runner, misses everything. Air ball to Patel. And Brooks guards her tightly up the floor, deflects the pass, comes away with the steal, takes a shot in the neck for it, which appears to be okay. Now Buckley with it on the wing. Back around to Brooks. Here she goes, same spot, too strong, off the rim. Riley Brooks like 1 for 6 tonight from beyond the arc. Brianna Patterson to the elbow, throws one up, and it's good. Nice touch on that one by Patterson. Her first bucket of the game. And the Vikings lead it by 14 here with less than a minute to play first half, and they're going to get Riley Brooks for the double dribble. Another turnover by the Trojans gives the ball back to Parsons. 56.3 to play here in the half. Trojans do some soft full court pressure. Patterson gets past Brooks, now dishes to Scheibe, down low to Adams, and she walked with it. Moved her pivot foot. She's a good looking post player, Adams is. Junior. And another turnover by the Trojans. Looked like a walk that time by Brooks. I think we've about seen it all, Jess. I don't think there's a turnover that you could have that we haven't had. Oh, there's an offensive foul. Good defense that time by Buckley. Or by Bradshaw. And just stood her ground in there, and Scheibe picks up her second. A little out of control there, coming to the bucket. Now the Trojans here with a chance for last shot. Down to Buckley on the baseline. Her two-pointer's good. Nice little 15-footer there by Hayden Buckley. 5 points for her tonight. Cuts the lead to 12. Another turnover. Troike back the other way. Off the glass, won't go. Rebound tipped around, out of bounds. It'll stay with the Trojans. 1.5 on the clock. So it's just pretty much a, you got time to catch and shoot here, I think.
Yep.
Not going to have time to think about it. Tipped out of bounds. Nobody ever got it. Clock never moved. It'll stay with the Trojans.
They can't. No, you can't.
Now they're going to say the ball was touched, so they're going to take 0.3 of a second off. Maddie Kester in the game also right now for the Trojans. Checked in off the timeout. The turnaround three-pointer no good for Buckley, and that's going to do it for the first half. Trojans got some work to do in the second half. They want to get back into this one. They trail it by 12 at the break, 30-18. We'll step away for a quick break, and we'll be back with the GN Bank halftime show. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Do you have a construction project that just needs that custom touch? Are you looking for a contractor who can get it all done? Roof to floors and everywhere in between? Then call Dustin Sneed at DS Construction. With more than 20 years of industry experience, DS Construction specializes in new construction, roofing, renovations, and more. There's no job too big or small. For a free estimate, call DS Construction at 620-724-0209. That's 620-724-0209.
Whether you're suffering from the latest bug going around or have a chronic illness that needs regular monitoring by a physician, Girard Medical Center clinics offer quality care for your family close to home. 5 clinics are available throughout Crawford, Cherokee, and Bourbon counties, including Girard, Arma, Frontenac, Cherokee, and Uniontown. Our express care is also available Saturdays, Sundays, and most holidays for the unexpected illnesses that arise. Girard Medical Center clinics and express care, caring for our communities one patient at a time.
Family owned and operated, GN Bank has been providing customers with the highest quality of financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Whether you have personal, business, or agricultural needs, GN Bank is big enough to handle all of your banking needs, yet small enough to provide you with that personal touch you've grown to expect from a community bank. GN Bank, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more at gn-bank.com.
A partner in your fields and in your success. That's what you get with Murphy Seed. Channel seedsman Matt Murphy knows your fields and can recommend the elite seed products designed to perform in your area, maximizing the profitability of every acre. With Murphy Seed, you'll get year-round, hands-on, customized service. To learn more, call Murphy Seed at 620-249-6419. Your partner at every stage. Matt Murphy and Murphy Seed. Roto-Rooter is proud to serve Girard and the surrounding area, offering sewer and drain cleaning, as well as septic and grease trap pumping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From toilet clogs to video inspections, sewer line repairs to complete replacements. To make an appointment, call 620-231-5630. Roto-Rooter is now owned by GHS alum Braden Peak and GMS teacher Heather Peak, and they are proud to support the Trojans. Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630. See their ad in names and numbers.
Welcome back out here to Parsons High School at the half. The Lady Vikings lead the Girard Trojans 30-18 in a first half that was anything but sharp, I think, for the Lady Trojans. I think if you ask Coach Herlocker, you can't be happy with the number of turnovers the Trojans had, and then you combine that with your struggles shooting the ball, and it's a recipe for a 30-18 halftime score, Jess.
Yeah, as sloppy as it was, though, Josh, I'll tell you, they had the looks. We did turn the ball over, some errant walks, a couple double dribbles. What's got me baffled is our rebounding. I'm not sure if we've even been credited with a rebound yet.
Yeah, they've pulled down some defensive ones. I'm not sure the Trojans have an offensive rebound, though, and maybe one there in the first half. So that's kind of disturbing if you're a Trojan fan for sure. We do want to let you know that our halftime show is brought to you by GN Bank, where they've been providing customers with the highest quality financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Personal, business, or agricultural needs, turn to GN Bank. Learn more at gn-bank.com. Yeah, just really a rough first half all around for the Trojans. They are obviously trailing on the scoreboard, but it's just kind of the way that this first half went for them that's, frustrating, a little bit disturbing, because we mentioned that, they lost some senior leadership, but all their primary ball handlers, other than like Faith Poland, are back this year, and you just didn't expect to see the Trojans offensively be that careless with the ball.
Right, I agree. But the best thing about basketball is it's a very long sport. You're back in the gym. You're back on the court. Use this game. It's early. The season's a marathon. It's not a sprint.
Yep.
Get things fixed, and I have faith in we'll come out and maybe even see a different type of team in the second half.
All right, we'll step away for a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at some of the first half stats as we move closer to second half action here in Parsons. Of course, the girls' game going to be followed tonight by the boys' matchup between the Trojans and the Vikings, and that looks to be a good one as well. Last year's matchup, a 1-point game, so we're probably on deck for a good one here tonight on the boys' side as well. But for now, the Lady Trojans trail it 30-18. We'll be back to talk over some of the stats when we come back. You're watching the GM Bank halftime show on Girard Sports Live.
Thanks to your support, Canara Eye Care has expanded. With double the space, they offer more exam rooms, larger optical selection, and extended hours to fit your schedule. And with the latest technology, they can quickly diagnose any eye-related issues. All patients are welcome at Canara Eye Care, the clear choice for your family's vision.
Hydrix, your dependable independent. Depend on us for service, for selection, for price. Get huge Samsung savings. Leave notes, sync calendars, and display your photos on the new Samsung Family Hub refrigerator. Plus, get free same-day delivery. Why shop for appliances where the motto is do it yourself, when you can depend on the know-how of people who live appliances every day?
The only thing better than our price is our service. Hydrix, Fort Scott, and Girard.
Welcome back to Parsons High School. We're at halftime of the girls matchup here tonight between the Trojans and the Vikings. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the stats from the first half. This Eye on the Game is brought to you by Canara Eye Care. As we take a look back at the first half, Canara Eye Care makes sure that you can see what you're looking at. Canara Eye Care, with locations in Pittsburgh and Girard, is here to help their valued customers. Learn more at CanaraEyeCare.com. Let's take a look at some of our scoring leaders. First off, for the Girard Trojans, they're led in scoring by Danica Lopez. She has 6 points on 2 buckets from behind the arc. Next up is Hayden Buckley with 5. Emmeline Syndicate has 4, both of those coming in the paint. And Riley Brooks with 3, and she's really struggled shooting the 3 tonight. She's 1 for 7, I believe, from behind the arc. And for Parsons, they're led in scoring by Ashka Patel, and she's the other side of the coin in that scenario. She's about, I believe, 4 of 5 from behind the arc for 12 points. Genuine Adams next up. She's got 8 points. All of those coming in the paint. She's 0 for 3 from the free throw line tonight. I'm sorry, 0 for 4. Sydney Scheibe has 5. Jaden Kendrick added 3 in just a real short time on the floor. Got a bucket or a rebound to put back and a foul, and she hit the free throw, so 3 points for her. Brianna Patterson with 2 to round out the scoring for the Lady Vikings. And they have shot the ball very well here in their home gym, as you might expect. Lady Trojans struggling a little bit. Teams will switch ends. Maybe that'll help a little bit, Jess. I don't know. But it's hard when you're not shooting the ball well to keep shooting the ball in rhythm. And that's something that the Trojans are just going to have to try and overcome here in the second half.
Right, and avoid some foul trouble. Danica hit a couple quick baskets and then didn't play a whole lot in the second quarter, I assume, with 2 fouls that she picked up early. So, like I said, I'm hoping to see a different team coming out of this locker room here, a little more aggressive, a little more fire under them.
Well, that was quick. We're back here underway. Thought we were going to have time for another break. Maybe not, huh? Trojans have it here to start the second half. Troike into the corner to Riley Brooks, and her runner goes. So that's a good sign for the Trojans. Riley Brooks now with 5 points, cuts the lead to 10. As the Trojans come out quickly, but here's Patel open again. Open again for a 3, and she hits it. 15 points now for Patel, all from behind the arc. I'd guard her from the half-court line, but that's just me. Buckley can't get the shot to go. Long rebound comes down to Scheibe. Held ball. It'll stay with... Shouldn't it be No, it's going to go to the Trojans.
No, it should be Parsons.
I was going to say, it should be Parsons' ball. And it is. Patterson inbounds to Patel. Her pass deflected out of bounds. And it'll stay with the Lady Vikings. Trojans have defended the inbounds pretty well tonight. Get this one into Adams. She's all tangled up. Gives it up to Patterson. Now her pass picked off by Troike. Back to Sinnott in the lane. Off the glass. Won't go. Another miss within 4 feet for Emmeline Sinnott. And that is frustrating. Parsons comes away with the rebound. They're up by 13 with it here as that pass picked off again. A couple of turnovers to start things early for Parsons. He got a 3-point bucket and 2 turnovers. Now Brooks open for 3 again. Can't make it. Rebound comes down to Buckley. Her putback won't go. Trojans miss another one from within 3 feet. And they get the rebound, set up the offense again. Buckley wants it inside. Instead, they go to Sinnott at the elbow. Her pass tracked down by Lopez. Now back to Sinnott. Lopez open for 3. She'll shoot and hits. Danica Lopez with 9 points. Cuts the lead to 10, and there's a quick timeout by Coach Scheibe. And he wants a 30-second timeout. We'll stay right here. Trojans automatically shooting the ball here a little bit better, but man, they've got to play some perimeter defense on Patel if they want to get back into this one.
Right, but their offenses looks a little better. They've come out, they've turned the Vikings over a little bit. But Patel, you're right, she is on fire from the.
They just can't lose her coming down the floor. Somebody's got to be in her pocket at all times.
Maybe a little box and one.
Yeah,
maybe
it's like something to where she's never open would be something that I would consider if I was Coach Sherlocker, because she alone is the difference in this ball game. It's her outside shooting. And maybe Adams down low on the boards, but very much Patel's shooting on the outside. Patterson gets it into Scheibe, and Trojans try to tie her up, and they do. Sinnott comes away with it. Over to Brooks off the glass, and good. 11 points for Riley Brooks. And another turnover. Full court pressure paying off for the Trojans as Patterson picks up the foul. That's her first. First team foul on the Vikings here in the second half. They're just not adapted well to that full court pressure the Trojans have come out of the locker room with here in the second half. Over to Brooks, 3 on the way, rattles off. Again, everything but going down for Riley Brooks, and that must be her spot. And another turnover by the Lady Vikings. So Brooks still not shooting it well, but it's not really hurting the Trojans because the Vikings keep turning it over. The lead down to 8 here with 5.5 to play, third quarter. Zone defense here by Parsons. Trojans working it around the outside. That pass deflected out of bounds. It'll stay with the Trojans. Fortunate that Lopez didn't touch it off the carom off of Patel. Down to Sinnott at the elbow, playing with her back to the basket. Ball off the foot of Adams. It'll stay with Girard. Well, Jess, it is World Cup season, so the girls just getting in the spirit.
It is, huh?
Yeah, that's what I hear. It's a good way to learn about countries that you've never heard of. Brooks comes away with it. She'll shoot it. Too strong. Last touch by Buckley. And Riley Brooks just having a hard time finding the range from anywhere tonight. As Peyton Brooks and Reagan Poland check back into the game, Danica Lopez will take a seat along with Buckley. So both Brooks is on the floor. I'll try to keep up with that. Long pass ahead to Adams. She saves it inbounds, but it's stolen by Troike. Needs to get rid of it. Gives it up to Syndicate. Her shot off the glass is good. Nice physical play by Emmeline Syndicate. She's got 6 points, and the Trojans trail it by 6. And they're going to get a foul this time on Bailey Troike, I believe. Let's see. Nope. Foul's going to be on Peyton Brooks. First team foul on the Trojans here in the second half. Both teams with 1. Patterson trying to go over the top to Adams. Throws it to Coach Scheibe, who has a very pained look on his face. And that'll turn it back over to the Trojans. Shouldn't it be inbounded from where it went out of bounds over here?
Not when it wasn't touched.
Thanks, Jess.
Yep.
That's coming in from the upper decks there, just sitting up in the mezzanine behind me so that we can actually see what's going on with the cameras tonight. Quick shot on the way by Peyton Brooks, won't go. Apparently, if your last name is Brooks, you're going to have a hard time making buckets tonight. Patterson carried the heck out of it, but they're going to call a foul on Syndicate, who is guarding her up the floor. Maybe caused her to carry it a bit. That's 3 on Syndicate, so I believe that's 3 on Syndicate. They have that as 1 on Syndicate. We'll go with that.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm giving her fouls to someone, or someone else's fouls to her. Adams loses a dribble. Troike comes away with it, gets poked in the eye. Somehow Patterson ends up with it, and it's an offensive foul on Patterson. That's 2 on Patterson. Second team foul on Parsons. And Troike in some pain. She really took a shot to the eye, so they're going to allow a substitution here for Troike to come out of the game. She kind of got raked across the eye. You never like to see that. And she looks like she's okay. It's probably tougher than I am, Jess.
No doubt.
I'll try not to take that personally. Back out top, Lopez, shot on the way, off the back iron, no good. Rebound comes down to Syndicate. Her putback, no good. Tipped around, comes away to Riley Brooks. Now back up top to Lopez. Trojans reset. 4 minutes to play, third quarter. Quickly in, Peyton Brooks, shot won't go. Rebound comes down to Patel. And they're going to get a reach-in foul. I believe it's going to be on Peyton Brooks.
Riley
Brooks, yep. See, there it is. I'm having trouble already. That's her first. Second team foul on the Trojans here in the second half. And Jaden Hawkins and Bailey Bradshaw check into the game. So it's Poland, Hawkins, Brooks, Lopez, and Bradshaw in the game right now for Girard. Patterson with it, picks up her dribble, passes ahead to Patel. Goes baseline with it to Adams, off the glass, won't go. Rebound comes down to Poland. So this full court pressure's really been a bugaboo here for Parsons, and Lopez walked with it. Just needs to settle down a little bit. The defense wasn't that tight on her. Could have kept dribbling with it. Some young players on the floor right now for the Trojans as Scheibe drives the lane, and they're going to get a blocking foul on Bailey Bradshaw, who gets up in disbelief. That's Bradshaw's second. Third team foul on the Trojans. I'm sorry, fourth team foul on the Trojans. Scheibe hits her first. She's got 6 points. And she drains them both. 7 points for Scheibe. The lead back to 8. Lopez with it. Peyton Brooks over to Hawkins. Her pass picked off by Adams. And a turnover for the Trojans. Here comes Patterson back the other way. I wonder how long Coach Herlocker is going to go with this lineup on the floor. And Patterson comes away with it again, and Trojans get the rebound. It's Peyton Brooks comes down with it. Lopez being guarded by Adams. Over the top now to Bradshaw. Dribbles right into Patterson and turns it over. And a blocking foul against Hawkins, who can't believe it, but it's just sloppy out there right now. Not exactly a ball handling clinic tonight by either team. 2:45 to play, third quarter. Parsons leads by 8. They get it into Patel. Now Patterson with it. Back to Patel. Somebody pick her up. There you go. Scheibe with it on the wing. Patel wide open again. And she drains it. All I can say about that is, ugh. Can't leave her alone. That's going to be out of bounds. Last touch by the Vikings. It'll stay with the Trojans. And Bradshaw's down on the floor in some obvious pain. Came down awkwardly on her ankle. Coach Herlocker's like, there's got to be a foul here somewhere. And the officials look at each other, and that's it. Timeout on the floor. As Parsons' trainer going to come over and help take a look at Bailey Bradshaw. She looks like she may have come down on top of someone's foot last time, but again, we see the Trojans leave Patel wide open on the wing, and it's like a broken record tonight. She hits another 3. And just when they start clawing back into the game, they leave her open for 3, and they're back down by double digits.
Yeah, Parsons done a good job of swinging the ball around up top and moving the Trojan defense and freeing her up.
Well, I don't care what kind of defense you're playing, 2-3 zone, 3-2 zone, man-on-man, box-and-one. You cannot leave her open out there on the three-point line. I don't care what kind of defense you're running.
Yeah.
And Trojans just kind of a mental lapse that time and didn't find her coming down the floor.
Should be Trojan ball under the basket.
And it will be coming out of the timeout. Bradshaw talking to the trainer over on the Trojan bench, and man, it hurts when you come down on top of somebody's foot, I'll tell you that.
Right, the sprained ankle, you swear you're just dying. That's terrible pain.
I was never much of a jumper, but I could jump high enough to step on someone's foot. And that's a turnover. It'll give it back to the Vikings, and Trojans just all night long haven't done a great job taking care of the ball. The only thing keeping them in this game is Parsons not being able to handle the full court pressure. They do that time. Patel gets it ahead to Patterson, who walked with it. No call. Now back out to Patel, open for 3. She misses this one. Karam's off the head of Sinekat, and it comes away to Poland. Now Troike. Lopez, deep 3. Rattles off. Rebound comes down to Brooks, no good. Sinekat with the rebound, an offensive rebound. Put back no good, and the foul. Well, they're going to get Brianna Patterson. That's her 3rd. Sinekat's first trip to the line tonight. Trojans trailing by 11 with 1:52 to play, third quarter. Reagan Poland takes a seat. Hayden Buckley back into the game for Girard. Sinekat hit the first, and she drains them both. Emmeline with 8 points tonight. The lead back down to single digits. Vikings lead it by 9. 1:52 to play, third quarter. Trojans stay in with that full court pressure. Vikings go over the top to Patterson. And it's stolen from behind by Troike, who she'll dribble up the floor, gets it ahead to Sinekat. And her shot off the glass is good. 10 points for Sinekat. Lead is 7. And we're going to get a reach foul here against Riley Brooks, working against Scheibe. That's 2 on Brooks.
And the last free one.
You what?
And the last free one. Vikings will shoot 1 and 1 on the next foul on out.
Well, they haven't, unless it's Scheibe, they haven't done a great job from the line tonight as a team. Adams with it here. Gives it up. And a nice block that time by Buckley, working against Jaden Kendrick. It'll stay with the Vikings, but they had the 2-on-1 on Buckley, and she did a great job. That one tipped. Out of bounds, it'll stay with Parsons. A lot of contact going for the loose ball there between Troike and Patterson. I think probably a good no call. Patterson to inbound from in front of the Viking bench. Ball tipped away. Buckley comes away with it. Trojans pushing. Buckley nowhere to go with it. Gives it up to Sinnott on the baseline. Now back up top. Lopez for 3. On the way off the back iron. No good. Gets her own rebound. Over to Buckley in the corner. Steps back for a 3. No good off the backboard. Ball tipped around. It's going to stay. Well, if Lopez tracks it down. How are they calling it over and back? It was tipped. You got to be kidding me, man. Oh, well. Okay. Something came flying down from the mezzanine there. Somebody's not happy. But there's some folks down here at the scorers table didn't appreciate that. Scheibe into the lane. Her shot rattles off. Rebound comes down to Lopez, and she's going to get fouled over the back by Scheibe. That's called 3 on Scheibe.
Well, they called that on 32.
On Dunley. Okay. Into the lane to Sinnott, draws a quadruple team. Now kicks it out to Brooks. All alone for 3. She hits one. All right, Riley Brooks hits her second 3 of the night. Could be a good sign here for the Trojans. And they've cut it to 2 here with under 40 seconds to play, third quarter. And the foul is going to go against 41 for Parsons. That is, I don't have 41. I don't know what he was saying there.
Full timeout, it looks like.
Okay, we'll take one as well. Trojans within 2. Waning seconds of the third quarter. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Community National Bank and Trust has been serving the area for more than 30 years with a strong commitment to the highest quality leadership and banking services. Stop in soon and pick up your very own Girard Trojan Instant Issue mascot debit card. While you're there, be sure to ask about Secure Lock, mobile banking, Guardian Secure Checking, and People Pay. Learn more at mybankcnb.com. Community National Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Girard Schools.
Member FDIC.
Go Trojans!
Well, back in action here in Parsons. Trojans forced another turnover on the inbound pass. They have it within 2 here. Pass into Riley Brooks. Little runner on the baseline, way too strong. And a battle on the floor for it as Dunley wrestling with Danica Lopez for it. The Trojans will keep it on the held ball. And, man, things getting wild and woolly here in the waning moments of the third quarter. Over the top to Buckley. Her shot on the way. Good for 3. Hayden Buckley, clutch three-pointer. She has 8. Trojans lead it by 1. And there's a whistle on the floor. We'll see what they decide to call here. Basket's good. And then they got a foul against Emmeline Sinnott. Should be her second.
After the shot.
That's her third. And it'll be a 1-and-1 on the other end. Vikings are in the bonus for the rest of the way. So for the entire fourth quarter, Parsons will be shooting a 1-and-1 at least on every foul. Dunlay at the line, her first trip to the stripe tonight. No good off the iron. Rebound comes down to Adams, working over the back of Buckley. And they got a foul on Buckley on that. Her second. Adams at the line. First free throw up and good. 9 points tonight for Genuine Adams. Misses the second one too strong. And they're going to get another foul against the Trojans here. It's just going to be a nonstop parade to the free throw line. And now you're going to put Scheibe on the stripe. She's 2 for 2. That one's on Troike. Her second. Trojans just not really doing a good job of boxing out. And Parsons, the officials letting them go over the back. So Trojans kind of standing flat-footed for those rebounds, and Parsons jumping for them. And the officials are just kind of letting it go. And Scheibe makes both, puts Parsons back on top by 2. 9 points for Scheibe, 4 of them from the line here in the second half. Syndicate on the baseline. Now she'll kick it back out top. Riley Brooks' shot on the way is good. Riley Brooks wakes up here in the third quarter. She's got 8 points in the third. And the Trojans back on top by 1. Patterson just throws one towards the bucket, won't go. And that's the end of the third. Trojans lead it 42-41. What a turnaround in the third quarter. And it's all due to that full court pressure. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Hey, Mama.
Now more than ever, Croccan is dedicated to helping keep families connected, workers to collaborate, students to learn, and businesses to continue to serve their customers, and even for doctors to treat their patients. Croccan's reliable high-speed fiber-to-the-home network means no buffering movies or grainy video conferences, no matter how many people are using it. Call or go online to sign up for the fastest and best internet in Southeast Kansas. Croccan. If you need to stay connected, you need Croccan.
Family owned and operated, GN Bank has been providing customers with the highest quality of financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Whether you have personal, business, or agricultural needs, GN Bank is big enough to handle all of your banking needs, yet small enough to provide you with that personal touch you've grown to expect from a community bank. GN Bank, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more at gn-bank.com.
Set for the fourth quarter here from Parsons. Trojans turned a big halftime deficit into a 1-point lead there in the third quarter. Scheibe kind of gets away with an extra step there, gets it to go off the glass. She's got 11 points, and the Vikings back on top by 1. Brooks couldn't quite handle the pass, and she's going to have a be whistled for the walk, and that'll give it back to the Vikings. Adams gets it on the inbound. Syndicate picks her up. Pass picked off by Brooks. And she's fouled by Adams and will head to the line. I think that's just the first on Adams, and it is. Man, she's had a heck of a game down in the post for just having 1 foul. First shot off the back iron for Brooks. She's been a little bit strong with her shot all night long. Second one, no good as well. Well, Parsons clinging to that 1-point lead. Here's Scheibe with it, dribbles off her leg, keeps it. Now down to the elbow to Adams. Brooks tries to tie her up. Back to Patterson. Thinks about a drive. Now loose ball tracked down by Scheibe. She'll step into a three, and it's good. Been that kind of night shooting the ball for the Vikings. Scheibe with 14, and they're back on top by 4. They've just gotten those three-pointers when they've needed them. Here's Buckley for 3. No good off the iron. And they're going to get Syndicate with the foul on the rebound. That's 4 on Emmeline. And it's going to be free throws. Didn't see who. Adams going to head to the line for Parsons. I'm sorry, that's Inya Hinman. I've been calling her the wrong name the entire game because of this roster.
I don't have a roster.
Jess.
Or I would have corrected you.
Yeah, that's Anya Hinman. Anaya Hinman? Okay. See, I'm learning things all the time. I have to correct my sheet here. I'm going to mess that one up all night now. Trojans with it. Troike. They trail it by 4. Handling it at the top of the key. Into the corner to Buckley. Cross-court pass, dangerous. Now they'll swing it back around, and the pass for Buckley high and behind her. And the Trojans turn it over again. Man, talk about two very different-looking quarters. Girard forcing turnovers and taking care of the ball in the third, and now they just not doing a good job of taking care of it here in the fourth. And Parsons getting some timely shots, and the just loose balls. It's frustrating. Trojans getting their hands on him, but not able to track him down. And it'll stay with the Vikings. 6:37 to play, and you can feel the kind of the frustration building for this Trojan team. They've had a lot of good looks at the bucket. Can't get shots to fall. The ball's not bouncing their way. And it seems like everything the Vikings put up from beyond the arc goes in. Foul down low. As Jaden Kendrick will head to the line. And they're going to whistle that foul on Danica Lopez, I believe.
Yes, her third.
First shot no good for Kendrick.
Checking in for the Lady Trojans, number 21, Riley Brooks.
Riley Brooks back into the game for the Trojans, replacing Danica Lopez. Kendrick's second shot off the iron, no good. Rebounded by Bradshaw. Trojans trying to cut into this 4-point lead. They had the lead, led by as many as 1. Off the glass, no good for Riley Brooks, too strong. Coach Herlocker wanted a foul. No whistle. And now Scheibe going to hold the ball here as Parsons can hold the ball. They're in the lead here. Let's try and slow it down a little bit. And if you're the Trojans, you got to keep coming with that full court pressure to keep them from playing this kind of four-corner weave drill here. It's intended to burn this game away. And that's thrown away. Miscommunication between Hinman and Scheibe. And that turns it back over to the Trojans. Girard needs to come away with some points here on this possession. It's hard to come back on a team when they're in the double bonus. So an uphill battle here for Girard, but so far the full court pressure. And there's a turnover. Adams comes away with it. Harassed down the floor by Riley Brooks, and they're going to call a reach on Brooks before the shot. And it'll send Adams to the line as she Hinman to the line. Is he now?
Yep.
And she's gassed, man.
She should be. She's had a heck of a night.
Yeah, she's been up and down the floor tonight. That's 3 on Brooks as Hinman's first shot goes. Syndicate back into the game, replacing Bradshaw. So it's Brooks, Troike, Bradshaw, and Syndicate in the game. Buckley and Syndicate in the game for the Trojans. That one tipped out of bounds. It'll stay with Parsons. They lead it by 5 here, 5:23. Into Adams. Shot on the way. I'm hit him in. Won't go. Patterson's shot too strong. Out of bounds to the Trojans. I'm just going to do that for the rest of the night, Jess. Just going to call Hinman Adams for the rest of the night. It's embarrassing. Just like a point of parliamentary procedure, whoever did this roster, it is awful.
Yep.
You don't put the number of the player first. You don't put their year. I don't know. It's a mess. It's a mess. Just a broadcaster nitpicking. Shot on the way from Brooks, too strong, off the iron. Peyton Brooks goes down hard with Kendrick. It's out of bounds. See who they'll stay with the Trojans. Trail it by 5, but man, they just have a heck of a time finding any points at all here in this fourth quarter. Dunlay comes in, replacing Kendrick. Into the corner to Buckley. She'll put it on the floor. Gets it down to Syndicate. Turn around in the lane. Off the glass is good. $12 points for Emmeline Syndicate. Dunlay has a problem with the pass. Gets it back out to Patel, who finds herself open for 3 and misses. Rebound tracked down by Riley Brooks. Pushing it. Gets a little shove, no call. Down low to Syndicate. They'll swing it around. Brooks now back to Buckley. Shot won't go, too strong. Rebound comes down to Troike. She's fouled by Dunlay, and she'll head to the line for a pair.
Said they called it on the floor.
They called it on the floor. All right, well. And they called the foul on Patel, who wasn't even in on the play. Dunlay was the only one there, and they called the foul on Patel. In the meantime, Buckley hits the 3. She's got 11, and it's tied at 47. Scheibe, her pass deflected, tracked down by Patterson. They saw that deflection. Now Patel with it, way outside. Troike not going to give her much room. I think she's got too much room right now. Patterson trying to get it inside, stolen by Syndicate. Another turnover. Here comes Troike looking to push into the lane, off the glass, won't go. Tipped around, Buckley comes away with it. That's directly for the three-point line. And her pass picked off by Patel. Just tried to force it in there to Syndicate. Been better off. And where is the carry? Where is the carry on that?
They're going to call a foul.
They're going to call a foul on Patel. Yeah, they're going to call it on Patel after the turnover.
And that'll send Trojans to the 1-and-1 line.
Yeah, now the Trojans in the bonus.
I apologize for my wow then.
Yeah. Well, that was like a advertised in neon carry that somehow didn't get called there.
Officials, first games too.
Yep. I've been calling somebody the wrong name all night, so I can't really complain about the officiating, that's for sure. Scheibe with it on the wing, over to Patel. Now back up top to Patterson. Patel with it, drawing a double team at the three-point line again. Patterson with it, back to Patel. Patterson at the elbow, should put it on the floor, into the lane, scoop shot, won't go. Rebound comes down to Peyton Brooks. Quickly ahead, Syndicate with it. And her pass picked off by Kendrick. Good idea. That was an obvious walk. I hope you guys at home are watching the game. Kendrick comes down with the rebound, and there's going to be a held ball. It'll go back to the Trojans. Not much of a held ball. That's your Maybelline makeup call of the night right there. As that gives it back to the Trojans. That was like a split-second held ball to make up for the obvious travel on the other end. And there's a full timeout on the floor. We'll take it as well. Crazy action here in the fourth quarter. We're tied at 47. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
A partner in your fields and in your success. That's what you get with Murphy Seed. Channel seedsman Matt Murphy knows your fields and can recommend the elite seed products designed to perform in your area, maximizing the profitability of every acre. With Murphy Seed, you'll get year-round, hands-on, customized service. To learn more, call Murphy Seed at 620-249-6419. Your partner at every stage. Matt Murphy and Murphy Seed.
Well, it hasn't been pretty, Jess, but it sure has been interesting as both these teams tied up now, knotted at 47 here with just over 2:20 to play fourth quarter. Girard will have the ball coming out of the timeout.
So now do we want to stall a little bit and just work some clock?
I don't think so. The Trojans are doing better with the up and down game. Lopez with it on the wing to Buckley in the corner. Tries to get it down low to Sinnott and does. Into the lane. Shot on the way. Rolls off. Man, how frustrating for Emmeline. She's had lots of good looks tonight. They just haven't gone down for her. Ball's out of bounds to Parsons. Trojans staying with that full court pressure here. See if the Vikings can break it. As Troiki a little late to get over on the help that time. And they're able to get it into Patel. Under 2 minutes to play now. This is where Parsons holds for last shot. Minute 52. Scheibe with it on the wing. Now to Dunley. Has it tipped out of bounds off of Dunley's head. And out of bounds, but they're going to say last touch by Buckley. But it clearly caromed off of her head out of bounds. Now Coach Herlocker doesn't seem to be too upset about it. Scheibe on the baseline, runs right into Sinnott, and they're going to call a block on Emmeline. That's her fifth foul. That's a big one for the Trojans at this point in the game. Scheibe just out of control there, ran right into Sinnott's chest. She slid a little bit. You're allowed to lean one way or the other without actually moving your feet and still draw that foul. So nobody in maroon very happy about that tonight. Still tied at 47, but Scheibe at the line here with an opportunity to give Parsons the lead back. Misses the first one.
She doesn't miss very many of those either, so
it might be a
good sign.
Depending upon what side of this thing you're on, that might be some poetic justice on that one. Second shot no good as well, tipped around. Troiki tracks down the rebound for Girard. Trojans back in business with an opportunity to take the lead. And there's a foul on the outside on Patterson. That's 4 on Brianna. And it will send Bailey Troiki, it'll send Brooks to the line to shoot the 1-and-1. I have that as her fourth, but okay. Apparently I'm struggling tonight. Brooks shot no good. Nobody can make a free throw down the stretch here for either team. Brooks 0 for 3 from the stripe here in the second half. Scheibe into the lane, has it poked away out of bounds off her leg, and that'll turn it over to Girard. And Scheibe's done that a couple times. Just put it on the floor, drive into the lane, and hope for the best.
Yep.
Because she's not really trying to make any sort of shot attempt as much as just draw contact in there. And that time it backfired. Ball goes off her leg out of bounds. Hinman guarding Troike, now to Buckley at the elbow, puts it on the floor. She'll pull up for a 15-footer, won't go. Rebound comes down to Hinman. Nia Hinman's had a heck of a game under the boards tonight for the Vikings. Scheibe into the corner to Dunley. Now Scheibe over the top to Dunley, off the glass is good. And the Vikings with a 2-point lead. That's Dunley's first bucket of the night. And a timeout on the floor, full timeout for Coach Urlacher. We'll take it as well. Trojans trail it by 2. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Chicken Annie's Girard is a proud supporter of Trojan Athletics. Chicken Annie's of Girard serves up the area's best fried chicken and a whole lot more. Check out their weekly specials like chicken and noodles on Wednesdays, Thursday nights kids nights, and Friday boneless wings. Oh, and don't forget about those delicious homemade pies. Stop in or enjoy their mouth-watering favorites at home with carry-out and catering available. Chicken Annie's Girard, continuing a Southeast Kansas tradition. Learn more at chickenanniesgirard.com or call 620-724-4090.
Trojans trail it by 2 here with about 35 seconds to play. After a bucket by Riley Dunley, her first bucket of the night. It's a big one, though. It gives Parsons a 2-point lead here.
Yep.
Trojans could be holding for last shot, and we said this would be a competitive and interesting game, and we were right about that, Jess. Buckley with it, steps back to the free throw line. Shot on the way is good. Hayden Buckley ties it up for the Trojans. Now the defense. Can they get a stop? Scheibe driving down the floor, back out to Dunley. Back to Scheibe in the corner.
Nope.
Dunley calling for it down low. Scheibe can't see her. They give it to Patterson. Timeout from Coach Scheibe. He wants a full timeout. And 7.5 seconds left. The Vikings have the ball coming out of the timeout. We'll take a quick break. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Roto-Rooter is proud to serve Girard and the surrounding area, offering sewer and drain cleaning, as well as septic and grease trap pumping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From toilet clogs to video inspections, sewer line repairs to complete replacements. To make an appointment, call 620-231-5630. Roto-Rooter is now owned by GHS alum Braden Peak and GMS teacher Heather Peak, and they are proud to support the Trojans. Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630. See their ad in names and numbers.
Well, it all comes down to this. Tied at 49, 7.5 seconds left to play in regulation.
We do it all the time in basketball.
That's a lot of time.
Right.
Patterson inbound from in front of the Viking bench. Gets it into Scheibe, tipped around. Ball's loose. It's going to come away to Patterson. Falling down with it, carried it. Now she throws up a desperation three. Won't go. And we're headed to overtime here in Parsons. Oh, man, Jess, what a game here.
Well, first game of the season.
Boy, howdy. And really, how big is that last foul on Emmeline Syndicate to foul her out of the game now? Trojans going to be without her presence under the bucket for this overtime period. 4 minutes on the clock here. Trojans a little bit shorthanded because Bailey Bradshaw's out there limping around with a hurt ankle. Himmaline Syndicate has fouled out, so Hayden Buckley going to have a lot of work to do tonight down low for the Trojans. Woo! Try to catch my breath here, man.
Yep. Exciting last 30 seconds of basketball.
Chaotic. Is this parquet floor new here?
I don't think so.
Really? I don't remember there being a parquet floor.
Is that what you call the checkerboard?
Well, last time I was on this floor, Jess, was 1993, so it's been a minute. But I don't remember the parquet.
So do they re-jump?
Yep, I reckon so. Heineman gonna jump it against Buckley. Trojans won the opening tip. And Buckley comes away with this one, and I guess she's not allowed to come up with this one. And so it'll be Parsons basketball. Well, now you know. Hayden, next time. Scheibe left alone for three. She pulls the trigger off the iron. Man, that was close. And they're going to get an over-the-back foul on Heineman.
Good.
That's the first one of those we've seen tonight. Hinman's really had a great game tonight under the boards, and she's got a pretty good vertical, and she's been able to jump up over some Trojans and get some rebounds tonight. But a couple of those have been over the back, and the officials haven't called it until just now. Peyton Brooks hits the first free throw. Her first point of the night. Gives the Trojans a 50-49 lead. Second shot on the way, rattles in. Girard up by 2. And they're not bringing the full court pressure. Patterson with it. Back to Patel, way out beyond the arc. You notice Brooks picked her up out there. Patterson putting the forearm into Peyton Brooks. Tipped out of bounds, last touched by Brooks. It'll stay with Parsons. 3:29 to play here in overtime. Trojans don't really contest the inbound pass too much. They get it into Scheibe. Now she gets it back and double dribbles, and that'll turn it over to the Trojans. It seems like here in the waning moments of this game, Scheibe's just kind of tried to do a little too much at times. Had a couple of turnovers. And Coach Herlarker wants a timeout, talk things over with his team. It's a full timeout. We'll take one as well. Trojans lead it by 2 here in overtime. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Whisper a phrase into a person's ear, then pass it on to a group of people. Notice how the message changes by the time that the last person hears it? In business, consider word of mouth in the same light. What people say may turn into something different than you would like it to be. It can't be controlled. That's why Norse Advertising provides proven ad solutions through radio, billboards, and digital sign sales, allowing your message to be controlled by the person that knows your business best. You, Norse Advertising, a proud sponsor of Trojan Athletics.
Bonus basketball here tonight on the girls' side. Lady Trojans lead it by a pair. 3:17 to play. Girard with the ball coming out of the timeout after forcing a turnover on the other end. Buckley with it. Bad pass picked off by Hinman. Shot no good. There's a foul on the floor as they're going to get Riley Brooks with this one. Probably a good foul as Hinman was headed to the bucket. And Anaya Hinman will head to the line. Just not real sharp passing there around the perimeter. And Hinman did a great job of timing that one. First shot rattles off, no good. Hinman's had her struggles tonight at the free throw line.
The only thing she hasn't done well.
Yeah, she's like 2 for 6 from the stripe, or 2 for 5. 2 for 7, I'm sorry. And make that 3 for 8. The Trojans lead it by 1. Doesn't get much closer than that. Lopez with it. Avoids the trap. Kicks it over to Buckley. Pass deflected. Buckley pulls trigger on a 3. No good. Tipped out. Rebound comes down to Troike. Back to Buckley. Off the glass. Won't go. Oh, won't go. And Buckley picks up the foul. I'm talking about frustration, man. How many shots within 4 feet have the Trojans had, and they cannot get them to fall? You make just 1 or 2 of those shots tonight, and this game's over.
Yep.
And the Trojans just can't get them to fall. Oh, it hurts my guts, man. And that sends Patterson to the line to shoot a pair. First one rattles off, no good. This is Patterson's first trip to the line tonight. As Kendrick checks back into the game, Dunley sits down. It's like a one-person bench for Parsons this year. Patterson's second shot rattles around and in. 3 points tonight for Breonna Patterson, but it's been enough. This game's tied at 51. Back around to Buckley, now back up top to Lopez. She'll pull the trigger on a 3, may have been deflected. Rebound comes down to Bailey Bradshaw. Didn't know what to do with it, and she gets tied up. And the possession arrow will stay with Girard, but Bradshaw just needed to get rid of that one and didn't quite know where to go or what to do with it. Over the top now to Buckley. Thought about a 3, she walked, and that'll turn it back over to Parsons. Too much thinking going on out there on the perimeter for the Trojan shooters tonight. We're still tied at 51, 2:34 to play in overtime. Ball poked away from behind, a steal. And Buckley will bring it across the timeline for Girard. Gives it up to Danica Lopez. Back to Troike. Over to Brooks. Down low to Lopez. Trojan fans wanted a foul. She got plowed pretty good. No call. Now back to Lopez on the wing. To Brooks. Troike back to Brooks. She'll pull the trigger on a 3. No good. Too strong off the iron. And a foul on the rebound as Troike runs into Patel. That's 3 on Troike. And it's going to send Patel to the line to shoot 2. And this double bonus action here is really hurting the Trojans. Every time they commit a foul, Parsons goes to the line to shoot 2. Who'd they whistle that foul on?
I'm pretty sure it was on Troike.
It was on Troike, but Coach thought that
it was player 5, not foul 5.
Yeah. Because I think Lopez is playing with 4. Maybe it's Riley Brooks is playing with 4.
Or both.
Or both, yeah. Patel hits the second one, and Parsons leads it by 1. And there's a turnover. Hinman. And they're going to call the foul on Troike. And Hinman will head to the line to shoot a pair. Just a parade to the free throw line here. And, you know, when you get in foul trouble, it's the sort of situation you can find yourself in. And every time down the floor, Parsons has ended up with free throws.
Got a full timeout, Parsons.
We'll take one as well. Trojans trail it by 1. Parsons at the line with an opportunity to push it to 3. When we return, you're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
The Producers Co-op Farm Store is committed to making your life easier by supplying you with the things you need for your farm and home. As always, the Producers Co-op Farm Store has a great selection of farm and ranch supplies, including pet supplies, ranch and corral building supplies and equipment, automatic waterers and feed bunks, tack, dog food, pet and animal health supplies, workwear, boots, and much, much more. Come in and check out the great deals on lots of new merchandise as well. Proudly serving Girard and the surrounding area, and proud to support the Girard Trojans.
Nia Hinman at the line for Parsons. They lead it by 1 here with 1:53 to play overtime. She has an opportunity to push it to 3 here. She's had her struggles from the stripe tonight. Misses that one off the back iron. I'll tell you what, these girls from Parsons are pretty gassed at this point. Second shot good. Anaya Hinman with 12 points. Lady Vikings lead it by 2. Bradshaw with it. Top of the key now, gives it back up to Lopez. Troike with it. Pass poked away. Trojans just didn't look real sure passing the ball that time as they get it down low to Brianna Patterson, and her shot's good. And now it's a 4-point lead. Trojans got to do something here on this possession. Take care of the basketball. Get it to Buckley. Into the elbow. Shot on the way. Rolls off, no good. Rebound comes down to Hinman. Guess who? And the Trojans, man, turnovers, rebounds, and they just haven't gotten any inside or outside shots really to fall tonight. It's just been a really frustrating first game of the season for these Lady Trojans, but one that they can look back on, Jess. If they don't come out on top tonight, one that they can look back on and see all the opportunities they had to get a win here tonight.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot to improve on, and they'll be just fine.
And there's another foul, and it'll send Brianna Patterson to the line. Foul's going to be on Riley Brooks. That's going to be it tonight for Riley Brooks. Trojans lose another key player. So it's the second Trojan to foul out tonight. Bailey Bradshaw's in on playing right now on the floor, but she's probably not 100%. First shot from Patterson, no good. And it's looking pretty bleak here for the Trojans. 40 seconds left to go in the game, trailing by 4. Patterson trying to make it 5 right here. She doesn't. Rebound comes down to Lopez. Trojans got to work quickly. Troike down the floor, gives it up to Lopez. They got to go here. They got to go.
Go shoot.
And a missed pass into to Bradshaw. Couldn't handle it. And it comes away to Scheibe. A quick foul from Buckley. It's going to send the best free throw shooter on the team to the line with a 4-point lead. And it looks like this one's going to go the way of the Lady Vikings tonight. Scheibe hits it first. $15 tonight for Scheibe. Second shot dies and rolls in off the back of the rim. 6-point game, but man, it was closer than that tonight. Bradshaw with it, not sure where to go. Kicks it out for Lopez for 3. No good off the back iron. Guess who? Hinman with the rebound. Held ball. It'll stay with the Vikings. Rough game. Rough game for Coach Herlocker. Rough game for the Lady Trojans. Rough game for these fans. Sit here and watch. Maybe for y'all at home as well. As the Lady Trojans certainly had their opportunities tonight, but man, the foul trouble they got in the first half and the fouls they committed in the third quarter really just are coming back to bite them here in overtime. It's just been a parade to the free throw line for Parsons. And Scheibe is back at the line, and she is a very good free throw shooter. 6 for 8 tonight from the line. Make that 7 for 9. Pushes the lead to 7, 10 seconds left to play, and this one all but over. And misses that one, 70% for the line tonight for Scheibe, as the Trojans hoist one up. It's Buckley, won't go, and that's your ball game. Lady Vikings start off the season with the win. Lady Trojans start off 0-1 after a thrilling overtime game. And the Trojans certainly had their opportunities to win this one, but just couldn't haul it in. And they fall to 0-1 to start this young season. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with the Leah Smith Agency Farmers Insurance postgame show. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Chicken Annie's Girard is a proud supporter of Trojan Athletics. Chicken Annie's of Girard serves up the area's best fried chicken and a whole lot more. Check out their weekly specials like chicken and noodles on Wednesdays, Thursday nights kids nights, and Friday boneless wings. Oh, and don't forget about those delicious homemade pies. Stop in or enjoy their mouth-watering favorites at home with carry-out and catering available. Chicken Annie's Girard, continuing a Southeast Kansas tradition. Learn more at chickenanniesgirard.com or call 620-724-4090.
Farmers Bank is a proud supporter of Girard schools. For generations, Farmers Bank has worked with local leaders, businesses, and residents to help shape the future of Southeast Kansas. Farmers Bank is proud to have helped with the growth and development of the communities we serve. As partners in business and friends in life, Farmers Bank is looking forward to a brighter tomorrow. Farmers Bank, with locations in Walnut, Hepler, St. Paul, and Girard. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
You've enjoyed life. Over the years, your community has become your passion, something you hope future generations get to experience, just as you have. That's why the Girard Area Community Foundation has worked hard to help fulfill charitable goals and inspire generosity, meeting the needs of the communities they serve. Creating a legacy fund with GACF ensures what you leave behind is an effective and lasting improvement in the community you love so dearly. Make plans to visit GirardAreaFoundation.com, preserving traditions for those who follow.
Here at the Smith Agency, we love being part of our hometown, and we know it's the people who make our community great. That's why this year, we're on the search for our hometown hero. Hometown heroes are individuals who go above and beyond impacting people's lives. Hometown heroes are children, parents, seniors, they're leaders, and they're everywhere. Nominate your hometown hero, and at the last home game of the season, they'll be recognized with a $100 gift card to Heroes Barbecue. Contact our office and nominate your hero today.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a house, land, or commercial space, look no further than Lehman Realty. Locally owned and operated, Jason Lehman and his staff are ready to meet the needs of every client. When it comes to your listing, you can trust that Lehman Realty will take the time to get to know you and your property. Lehman Realty is a proud supporter of Girard Trojan Athletics. Learn more at www.lehmanrealty.net or call Jason at 620-724-8020.
Welcome back out here to Parsons High Lady Vikings just defeated the Lady Trojans in overtime to take their first win of the season. Trojans fall to 0-1. We'll see if Coach Herlocker makes his way out of the locker room to talk to us here as part of the Leah Smith Agency Farmers Insurance post-game show. Do want to let you know that it's brought to you by Leah Smith Agency Farmers Insurance. She has over 10 years of industry experience in both Kansas and Missouri. Let Leah and her staff help find the right coverage for your family, personal, or business needs. To learn more, call 620-670-4590. Proudly serving our community and cheering on the Trojans. Well, you can see the boys team starting to get ready out there on the floor as they're warming up. Coaches meeting with the officials right now, and last year's game, almost a year ago to the day, was decided by 1 point between these two teams. And so tonight's matchup probably going to be a good one as well, certainly a good one on the girls' side, as the Trojans had their opportunities to win it, but just couldn't get the shots when they needed them then in overtime. And then, of course, the foul trouble and the bonus and the double bonus came into play, and Parsons able to pull away down the stretch for the win. But some things to work on, but some positive things as well for the Lady Trojans. The full court defense worked well tonight, basically turned the game around in the second half. It gave them a chance to win. Just couldn't quite get it done in overtime. We'll step away for another break. When we come back, maybe talk to Coach Herlocker, and as we start looking forward to the boys matchup tonight, the nightcap here from Parsons High School. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
For years, James Brumbach and Brumbach Service Center have been keeping area residents on the road with high quality and fast service. Let's face it, none of us have time for a breakdown, so be sure to stop by Brumbach's for preventative maintenance, oil changes, and tire repairs. Brumbach's is also your place for new tires with a variety of quality brands to choose from. Brumbach Service Center, 312 East St. John in Girard. Call 620-724-6770. Good luck, Trojans, from Brumbach Service Center.
Family owned and operated, GN Bank has been providing customers with the highest quality of financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Whether you have personal, business, or agricultural needs, GN Bank is big enough to handle all of your banking needs, yet small enough to provide you with that personal touch you've grown to expect from a community bank. GN Bank, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more at gn-bank.com.
McClellan Sanitation is a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. McClellan Sanitation is also proud to have been serving Girard and the surrounding area for decades. McClellan Sanitation offers residential, commercial, and roll-off services. As a locally owned and operated company, owners Dave and Candy McClellan and their employees are dedicated to providing the highest quality customer service. To learn more, call McClellan Sanitation at 620-724-8486. McClellan Sanitation wishes the Girard Trojans the best of luck this season. Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. Trojan fans can find us at 408B North Grand in Pittsburgh or call 620-232-7305. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Welcome back out here to Parsons High School. A thrilling overtime matchup tonight. Lady Trojans fall just short of the Parsons Vikings, 58-51. Right now I'm joined by head coach Brad Herlocker. And Coach, it sure was the first game of the year.
Yeah. Am I on here? Okay. Yeah, it was the first game of the year for sure. We kind of waited a half to play the style of ball that we preached in practice all 14 practices. First 14 practices we got in, we talked about how we were going to have to be scrappy and get after it, and we just didn't really do that too well, I don't think, until second half, and you spot a team that's probably pretty even with you, some points, it's hard to come back.
Yeah, you guys went to that full court press in the second half, and it really seemed to get you back into the ball game. They didn't handle it real well, and you came roaring back in that third quarter. And if there was one bright spot, I think for the team, it was that they were able to turn that pressure up, get those turnovers, and it really brought them right back in the game.
Yeah, we found ourselves somewhere in the midst of that. I think we found ourselves and what we're going to have to do the rest of the year. We at times struggle to score, and that press really allows you to.
And so you guys can be happy with the amount of turnovers you saw in the first half. Usually, your teams that you coach do a pretty good job of taking care of the basketball, but really had some problems there in the first half, and it puts you in a hole. And it's, like you said, you spot a team like this, points, it's hard to dig out.
Yeah, we didn't perform offensively very, very well. Again, most of our points came as a result of the press and from the press. So it's one of those things that, we lost, I think, every statistical category. And so we got to develop a new identity. Anytime you have that kind of a loss, you got to develop a new identity. The kids have been working hard in practice. They're super good to each other. And so, we're just going to go back and just keep working.
Getting some technical assistance there. So you guys got a quick turnaround. You got the St. Paul tournament coming up next week. What do you tell your girls? What do you hope to work on over the next just few practices before you guys got to hit it again?
Yeah, well, actually, we'll just get a Monday practice in. They're tired. These girls are extremely tired. And we're going to have to have a really good practice because we got St. Paul on Tuesday. St. Paul, I think, is ranked 8th in their classification. Later in the week, we play Colgan. I think they're 4th or 5th in their classification. So to be in your second and fourth game of the year and having to play teams like that's a tough draw. And again, it's kind of the early season. It's not league. It's not sub-state. So just continue to find ourselves.
All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you coming up and talking to us tonight after a long and tough game by your squad. And I'll cut you loose here and let you off the hook. But looking forward to watching your girls for the rest of the season. And good luck next week in St. Paul.
I'm extremely proud for our effort, especially in that second half. Very proud of our girls.
All right, Coach. That's head coach Brett Herlocker. The Girard Trojans, they dropped this one tonight in overtime to the Parsons Vikings. And a tough loss here for the Lady Trojans, but they'll have an opportunity to bounce back next week at the St. Paul tournament there in St. Paul. We want to let you know the postgame coach interview is brought to you by Community National Bank and Trust, serving the area for 30 years. Stop in soon to pick up your very own Girard Trojan Instant Issue Mascot Debit Card. Community National Bank and Trust, a proud supporter of Girard Schools. Learn more online at mybankcnb.com. We'll step away for our final break as we get set for boys action here, set to tip things off between the Trojans and the Vikings, coming up next on Girard Sports Live.
Hey, Mama.
Now more than ever, Crocan is dedicated to helping keep families connected, workers to collaborate, students to learn, and businesses to continue to serve their customers, and even for doctors to treat their patients. Crocan's reliable high-speed fiber-to-the-home network means no buffering movies or grainy video conferences, no matter how many people are using it. Call or go online to sign up for the fastest and best internet in Southeast Kansas. Crocan. If you need to stay connected, you need Crocan.
Community National Bank and Trust has been serving the area for more than 30 years with a strong commitment to the highest quality leadership and banking services. Stop in soon and pick up your very own Girard Trojan Instant Issue Mascot Debit Card. While you're there, be sure to ask about Secure Lock, mobile banking, Guardian Secure Checking, and People Pay. Learn more at mybankcnb.com. Community National Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Girard Schools.
Member FDIC.
Go Trojans!
Girard Medical Center is one of the area's best places to work. Are you a nurse? Does caring for patients on a more personal level sound appealing to you? Then you'll love our lower nurse-to-patient ratio. We also have positions open in other departments. Benefits include state employee health plan, 457 retirement plan with match, life insurance, paid time off, plus employee and family discounts on services. Best of all, your coworkers are like family. For more information, contact Greg Sullivan, Director of HR, or apply online at girardmedicalcenter.com.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. Trojan fans can find us at 408B North Grand in Pittsburgh or call 620-232-7305. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
The Producers Co-op Farm Store is committed to making your life easier by supplying you with the things you need for your farm and home. As always, the Producers Co-op Farm Store has a great selection of farm and ranch supplies, including pet supplies, ranch and corral building supplies and equipment, automatic waterers and feed bunks, tack, dog food, pet and animal health supplies, workwear, boots, and much, much more. Come in and check out the great deals on lots of new merchandise as well. Proudly serving Girard and the surrounding area, and proud to support the Girard Trojans.
Celebrate, recognize, build. That's the promise of Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Owners Greg and Missy Scott are committed to helping their customers celebrate special moments, recognize achievements, and build relationships. With a huge selection of Trojan gear, plaques and awards, custom leather patch hats, trophies, and so much more. Plus, while you're there, stop in next door to find the latest fashions from Aubrey at Scott & Company. Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Learn more at wilbertawards.com or call 620-724-0341.
Welcome back to Parsons High School. We have an abbreviated pregame show here for the boys' game as we're moving right along here. Let's take a look at tonight's starting lineups. Our starting lineups are brought to you by the Jagged Edge. Trojans will start this game in style, but nowhere near the level of style you'll find at the Jagged Edge. Stylist Carlos Sands, Robin Hawkins, or Eva Vietti will have you looking your best for your next big game. Make an appointment soon by calling 620-724-7500. First for the Girard Trojans, they'll start 6'2" junior Aiden Troike, 6'4" senior Luke Nigaman, 6 foot senior Alex Kester, 6'5" senior Tommy McDowell, and 6'2" senior Aiden Damon. For the Parsons Vikings, let me flip around here and find my stuff. They'll start 5'9" senior Jesse Jones, 5'10" junior Trey Mack, 5'7" junior Casey Beard, 6'4" junior Landon Wheat, and 6 foot forward Demias Johnson. Well, Jess, we talked earlier, 1 point game last year. I think the guard play is an advantage tonight probably for Parsons. And the Trojans are going to have to take good care of the ball. We'll see where the scoring is going to come from this year. And there are some kids on this squad that we know can shoot it for the Trojans. It's just, are they going to have that killer instinct this early in the season to know when to shoot it?
Yeah, like we talk about, the names are same, faces have changed. There's another Chorkey. He was hurt most of last year. The Damon boy we know can shoot lights out. Westcott didn't want to give me much. All he says is they played this summer and we got a lot of scoring and some backcourt to replace. So he says we'll just have to see what happens.
Well, imagine that, Coach Westcott playing it close to the vest.
Yep.
Huh? Well, again, we'll know when we know. That's how this thing's going to go this year. Starting out with both of these teams here for the Trojans. We kind of know what to expect, though, out of Parsons.
High flying.
Yeah, high flying, lots of up and down play. They're going to test you physically, and they're going to test your pace if you can keep up with them up and down the court. And they like to drive to the bucket. They've got some good size inside, so, you know, just your typical Parsons Vikings basketball team. And the Trojans are going to have to match up here tonight. They want to come away with the win. Again, these two teams faced off almost a year ago to the day. And the Trojans won that game by 1 en route to a run to the state championship tournament. Luke Nigeman will jump things off against Landon Wheat. Tip going to be controlled by the Vikings. Jesse Jones with it. Shot on the way, no good from Jones. Rebound comes down to Wheat. His putback won't go. And two offensive rebounds for the Vikings. They kick it back outside. This is Trey Mack. Gets it inside. Shot on the way, won't go. And the rebound comes down to the Trojans. Back the other way. It's Kester with it. Up top to Damon. Now Troike. They work it around. Poked away from Nigeman, out of bounds. They'll say last touched by Trey Mack of the Vikings. The Trojans will keep it. Nice bucket inside. That time by
Tommy McDowell.
Yeah. That ball poked away, but still able to keep control of it is Demias Johnson. Johnson, not a lot of height, but a lot of size, if you know what I mean, down low for the Vikings. The Trojans are going to have to do a good job physically with him on the boards tonight. And that shot up off the glass for Trey Mack. Or I'm sorry, yeah, Trey Mack. Kester with it again, down low, and the foul. And McDowell earns himself a trip to the line. Fouls on Johnson, that's his first. Sends McDowell to the line to shoot a pair. First shot for McDowell is good. Puts the Trojans back on top by 1. And McDowell hits them both. Marion Washington into the game. The pass ahead to Troike, too strong. Nigeman tracks it down. Now back to McDowell. Swing it out top. Shot on the way. No good. From Kester. Down to Jamarian Washington. His shot won't go. Rebound comes to Nigeman. Quickly ahead to Kester. Now Troike with it. Top of the key. He'll drive. Off the glass, won't go. Landon Wheat gets the rebound, and he's going to be fouled by Troike after the rebound. Not a good foul by Aiden Troike. First team foul on the Trojans.
Checking in for the Vikings, number 42, Demias Johnson.
Trey Mack with it, working off a tough screen, and he hits the open jumper. 4 points for Trey Mack. We're tied at 4 here early going. Back to McDowell, now around to Nigeman. Down low, McDowell left alone. Good look inside to find him. And McDowell with 4 points. And we got a charge on Landon Wheat. Wheat will take a seat. Jamarian Washington back in the game. Trojans lead it by 1. Under 5 to play here, first quarter. Girls game went to overtime tonight. If you're wondering why this one's starting a little late, Luke Nigeman for 3, missed almost everything. Saved inbounds by Damon, but Trey Mack comes away with it for the Vikings. Shot on the way from Jesse Jones won't go. Nigeman comes away with the rebound for the Girard. Troike down the lane, off the glass is good. Nice looking drive by Aiden Troike. His first bucket of the night. Trojans lead by 4. Good to see Troike just go straight to the rack like that. Into the corner, it's just Washington with it, working off a screen, goes into the chest of McDowell. Now kicks it back outside for Mack. Down low for Johnson. That shot blocked by Tommy McDowell. Here comes Nigeman back the other way. Casey Beard guarding him. Luke will draw the foul and head to the line to shoot a pair. Big height advantage that time by Nigeman, and he went straight to the rack on Casey Beard, who picks up his first personal, third team foul on Parsons. Vikings have made a couple of substitutions so far. Trojans staying with their starting 5. Shot on the way from Nigeman, short off the iron. And now some substitutions. Ethan Brooks checks into the game. Along with Brett Clevenger. Nigeman makes the second. Pushes the lead to 5 here with 3:36 to play first quarter. Dante Sawyer in the game for Parsons, and they're going to get a walk against Trey Mack. So another turnover by Parsons. Gives the ball back to Girard here, leading by 5. 3:23 to play first quarter. Ball poked away from Clevenger. And he's going to draw a foul, or commit the foul, but prevents the layup, and that'll send Jesse Jones to the line to shoot a pair. Second team foul on the Trojans. And Aiden Troike set to check back into the game. First shot rattles off, no good for Jones. That thing did everything but go in the bucket, Jess.
Yep. We like it when it's on that side, though. Saw a lot of those last game.
Boy, howdy. Second one rattles out as well. Jamarian Johnson tries to save it. Steps on the end line. It'll go over to the Trojans. So we're 7 minutes into this year, Jess, and I think Coach Westcott's lost his voice.
Uh-oh.
That one's tipped. Trey Mack going to come away with her. I'm sorry, Jesse Jones has it in transition, and that's what the Trojans can't have. You got to take care of the basketball. This team wants to get out and run on you. Clevenger now to Ethan Brooks. Being guarded very closely by Dante Sawyer, and there's a travel. That'll turn it over. There's timeout on the floor, 30-second timeout. This has been an up and down game, and the Trojans were in the driver's seat, made some substitutions, and since then just haven't looked real sharp with the ball.
Yeah, they come out on fire. Just everything's clicking, everything's looking good. Size-wise, Trojans look long this year.
They do, and it was encouraging to see Aiden Damon put the ball on the floor and go to the bucket, because I was wondering who was going to do that this year.
Aiden Troyke.
I'm sorry, Aiden Troyke.
Yeah, looked good.
Yeah, he looked good going to the bucket.
And the Brooks kid, watching him on the JV court, he likes to do that same thing. Just got caught stutter stepping there a second ago.
Yeah, you just got to be decisive, and young player, and not a lot of varsity experience for Ethan Brooks, so just going to have to settle into it. Washington will inbound for Parsons out of the break, gets it into Jones, playing the point for him. This is Landon Wheat with it. Now down low to Washington, can't get the shot to go, but McDowell can't come down with the board for Girard. It'll stay with Parsons. McDowell will take a seat. Luke Nigaman back into the game, so it's Troyke, Brooks, Nigaman, Kester, and Clevenger in the game right now for Girard. Sawyer left open and nails the three, his first bucket of the night, and we're tied at 9. So as good as it looked early for the Trojans, Parsons has answered back here over the last couple minutes. Another bad pass inside intended for Brooks from Clevenger, and a foul down low. So the momentum swinging back to the home team here as Johnson picks up the foul, earns himself a trip to the line. Second foul on Clevenger. And Jones at the stripe for the second time tonight. He's 0 for 2. Make that 1 for 3. Aiden Damon, Tommy McDowell into the game, replacing Brooks and Clevenger. And so now you're starting 5 back out on the floor for the Trojans. And Jones hits them both. Parsons with a 2-point lead, their first of the game. Damon goes to work, now into the corner, back up top to McDowell. He'll pull the trigger on a 3, won't hit. Rebound comes down to Mack, ahead to Jones. Down low to Washington, good ball movement there. Washington's first bucket, and it's a 4-point lead. And there's a foul on Jones, working against Troyke. Fourth team foul on Parsons tonight. Johnson checks back into the game, replacing Washington. Trojans trying to get it down low to Kester, kick it back out. Damon for 3, too strong, tracks down his own rebound, tips it over to McDowell in the lane, back out top to Troyke. 3-pointer on the way, too strong off the back iron. Rebound comes down to Trey Mack, and the Vikings are off and running. Jones will slow it down now. Minute to play here, first quarter. Sawyer going to pull trigger on another 3. And I think Aiden Damon's got to get a hand up in that guy's face, as that's 2 3-pointers for Dante Sawyer coming off the bench for the Parsons Vikings. The lead is 7. He's one of those guys, looking at him, he can do one thing, and you need to keep him from doing it. Here comes Troyke, got the steal, back the other way, loses it under the bucket, gets it back to Kester, and we'll take him. Kester's first bucket of the night cuts the lead to 5. There's a carry, not called. Johnson pulls trigger, long 3, way short, misses everything. And that'll give it back to the Trojans with 0.4 seconds left to play here first quarter. One second.
Yep.
Damon, or Troyke, long 3, won't go over the backboard. And that's the end of the first quarter. Trojans trail it 16-11. We'll step away for a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Trojan Basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Farmers Bank is a proud supporter of Girard schools. For generations, Farmers Bank has worked with local leaders, businesses, and residents to help shape the future of Southeast Kansas. Farmers Bank is proud to have helped with the growth and development of the communities we serve. As partners in business and friends in life, Farmers Bank is looking forward to a brighter tomorrow. Farmers Bank, with locations in Walnut, Hepler, St. Paul, and Girard. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Celebrate, recognize, build. That's the promise of Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Owners Greg and Missy Scott are committed to helping their customers celebrate special moments, recognize achievements, and build relationships. With a huge selection of Trojan gear, plaques and awards, custom leather patch hats, trophies, and so much more. Plus, while you're there, stop in next door to find the latest fashions from Aubrey at Scott & Company. Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Learn more at wilbertawards.com or call 620-724-0341.
Trojans will have the ball to start the second quarter. They started out hot, but Parsons came roaring back, and the Vikings lead at 16-11 here to start the second quarter. Aiden Troike with it, gets it over to Aiden Damon, and he's fouled up top by Landon Wheat. Wheat's had a couple of those get his money's worth fouls tonight. He's had one or two that haven't been called. A guy who's not afraid of a collision. Kester stepped on the line, and that turns it over. Not much excuse for that. Nobody guarding him, just standing right on the line when he caught the ball. The Vikings have it back here, leading by 5. And a turnover by them. Kester tracks it down. McDowell calling for it in the middle. Instead, they'll swing it around the perimeter. Nigeman with it on the wing. Gets it to McDowell at the free throw line. He'll put it on the floor, heads down the lane, kicks to Kester. Shot is short. Rebound tipped out of there by Nigeman, but Vikings going to come away with it. That pass deflected. Aiden Damon gets a hand in there, gets the ball back, off the glass and good. Transition bucket there for the Trojans. First bucket of the game for Aiden Damon. Cuts the lead to 3 with under 7 to play here first half. Now Jesse Jones will slow things down for the Vikings. Goes to Landon Weed on the elbow. Kick it out to Trey Mack. Almost loses it. Body's on the floor, and Troike's going to get the foul as he put a pretty good hit on Jesse Jones. Unfortunately, we're playing basketball. That's 2 on Troike. 4th team foul on the Trojans. This is Casey Beard handling it here for Parsons. Got into the trees and tossed it out. Landon Wheat with it now, trying to go down the lane. His pass deflected, intended for Washington. Dante Sawyer back in the game. Trojans going to have to watch him on the perimeter. Ethan Brooks needs to find him. Somebody needs to find him over here in this corner. There we go. Ethan Brooks cut off the pass.
Free safety.
Yeah, there we go. He closed quickly on that one. All Sawyer wants to do is catch the ball at the arc and shoot. Pass into Landon Wheat. And it's out of bounds. They're going to say off of McDowell. The official, McDowell wasn't sure what he was pointing at there. It'll stay with Parsons. And a 30-second timeout for Coach Hoop. Well, Jess, woo! Again.
Yeah.
It sure is the first game of the year, isn't it?
It sure is. But I'll tell you that I'm pretty impressed with this boys squad so far.
Yeah, this has been a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
To see the kind of effort they put forth. And
I don't know.
It's kind of a cliche. We jokingly say in Rod we trust, but
it
seems like year in, year out, no matter the talent mix or the types of players he has out on the floor, they're going to compete and they're going to win some games that you may not expect them to win. And right now, they're giving these Parsons Vikings everything they want.
I agree. Just watch number 4 here.
Yep, he's all alone.
Surely not from there.
Well, he wants to. But, you shoot it from the volleyball stripe, and you usually end up earning yourself a seat on the bench.
That's where I said it the whole time anyway.
Yeah. That pass deflected by Brooks. Right back to Jones. Sawyer with it over the top. That pass deflected by Damon out of bounds. And the length of this Girard team is kind of giving Parsons some trouble here. Parsons has some good guards, but they've also got some really short guards. So they're trying to substitute in some size here as they bring Trey Mack back into the game at the guard position. Get it over to Jones, back to Mack, to Sawyer. Down to Washington on the post. His shot up and good. Just good position by Sawyer to battle to get to his spot. And he gets that one to fall. Or Washington, I mean. Brooks with it up top. Now to McDowell. He'll put it on the floor. Head baseline. Got to go stronger to the hole. And he misses that one. Looking for the foul, and you're not going to get it. So you just better go to the rack real hard. There's an offensive foul on Washington as Nigaman got to his spot. 6th team foul on Parsons here in the first half. Trojans with just 4. See if Girard can capitalize here on the turnover as they trail it by 5. Down in the corner to Damon. He'll swing it around to Brooks. Puts it on the floor, being guarded by Sawyer. Colton Dressler in the game for the first time tonight. That one tipped away. Dressler comes away with the loose ball and then walked with it because he didn't realize what was going on until it was too late. Now Sawyer going to pull the trigger on a 3, misses that one. Nigaman with the rebound. Trojans just need to get some shots to fall. And I feel like I've been saying that all night. Over to Brooks, now back up top to Kester. He'll put it on the floor, down the lane, jump stop, off the glass, gets the bucket and the foul. 4 points for Alex Kester, earned himself a trip to the line, and they're going to get Sawyer with the foul. 7th team foul. Next foul, Trojans will be in the bonus. Sawyer fouled Kester and looked like he got the worst of it. That shot no good. Rebound comes down to Landon Wheat. Trey Mack with it to Wheat, top of the key. He'll swing it around to Sawyer. Thought about a 3. Now Jones with it. Mack now back out to Jones. He'll take the 3. Back iron. Rebound tipped around. Comes down to Ethan Brooks. Trojans are off and running. Brooks to the hole. Draws contact. No call. And Parsons comes away with it. Long pass down the floor to Sawyer. His shot blocked, but Landon Wheat comes away with it. And his putback is good. First bucket of the night for Landon Wheat. Trojans bad luck there. Can't get the loose ball. Now Kester with it on the wing. Down low to Nigaman on the baseline. He's looking for somewhere to go. Back up to Kester. Swing it around to Damon. I'd like to see Aiden take a three. There it is. And he nails it. Damon, 5 points tonight. Cuts the lead to 2. 3-pointers on the way from Mack won't go. Damon with the rebound. Nigaman down low to Dressler. His shot, no good, but he draws the foul on Washington, and he'll head to the line. That's 2 on Washington. 8th team foul on Parsons. So the Trojans will be 1-1 from here on out. Brett Clevenger getting set to check into the game. Oh, Dressler can't get it to fall. Mias Johnson checks in, replacing Landon Wheat. Clevenger checks in along with McDowell, replacing Nigaman and Kester. So an interesting lineup here on the floor for the Trojans. Dressler misses them both. And the rebound tipped out. Jones ends up with it. Mack with it, his pass tipped away. And here's Aiden Damon off to the races, off the glass and good. 7 points for Damon. We're tied at 20. Ball tipped away. McDowell tips it again. It's out of bounds. Last touch by McDowell. And now the official's going to talk it over.
Because I agree.
And it should be Trojan basketball. I bet you that and it is Trojan ball.
Right call.
I thought they were going to rock, paper, scissors for it for a minute.
Good job to get together and make the right decision.
Yep. 2 heads are better than 1, Jess.
Well, kind of.
Sometimes. McDowell to the rack, has it stripped away by Washington. McDowell's got to go stronger to the hole. That one. Nice play inside by Jesse Jones to get the putback. And he earns himself a trip to the line. I think the foul's going to be on McDowell. And it is.
Is that his second?
That's his first, I believe. Yep. But it's frustrated on one end, and it carries over to the other end. Nice rebound that time by McDowell. Gets it ahead to Clevenger on the baseline. Not the greatest shot, doesn't go. Sawyer comes down with the rebound for Parsons. Over to Jones. He'll pull the trigger on a 3 and nails it. Man, they get those threes when they need them, don't they? And just like that, the Vikings back out in front by 5. Down the lane goes Ethan Brooks, loses the handle on it. And it's going to stay with Girard. They're going to say it was last touched by Mias Johnson. Nigaman checks in, replacing Dressler. Wheat back in, replacing Washington. Nigaman inbounds it. Shot on the way from Damon is good. Aiden Damon with the hot hand here in the second quarter. Cuts the lead to 3. Sawyer left open, and he nails it. The guy wants to do one thing. He's got 9 points in the first half doing one thing. And the Trojans need to stop it. Clevenger just lost him coming down the floor. McDowell goes to work in the post. Nice hook. Little baby hook in the middle of the lane. 6 points for McDowell. Lead back down to 4. Beard with it now. Back to Jones. Into the corner, Landon Wheat. He'll put it on the floor. Long pass into the crowd. And that'll give it back to the Trojans here with 39.3 left to play first half. Kester into the game, replacing Brett Clevenger. Trey Mack checks back into the game for Parsons. Now down on the baseline to McDowell, into the lane to Nigaman. Not a good looking shot and missed everything. 30 seconds now. Parsons can hold for the final shot, leading by 4. Jones handles it, being guarded by Damon. Over the top now to Mack. Back out to Jones. Trojans get their coverage straightened out here. Ethan Brooks trying to get into Jones a little bit. Jones pulls back for 3, misses it. Now here's Nigaman rushing down the floor at the buzzer, off the glass, no good. And that's going to do it for the first half. Both teams had their moments, and Parsons able to get the shots to fall when they needed them. They lead by 4 here at the break. We'll step away for a quick break. We'll be back with the GN Bank halftime show. You watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Do you have a construction project that just needs that custom touch? Are you looking for a contractor who can get it all done? Roof to floors and everywhere in between? Then call Dustin Sneed at DS Construction. With more than 20 years of industry experience, DS Construction specializes in new construction, roofing, renovations, and more. There's no job too big or small. For a free estimate, call DS Construction at 620-724-0209. That's 620-724-0209.
Whether you're suffering from the latest bug going around or have a chronic illness that needs regular monitoring by a physician, Girard Medical Center clinics offer quality care for your family close to home. 5 clinics are available throughout Crawford, Cherokee, and Bourbon counties, including Girard, Arma, Frontenac, Cherokee, and Uniontown. Our express care is also available Saturdays, Sundays, and most holidays for the unexpected illnesses that arise. Girard Medical Center clinics and express care, caring for our communities one patient at a time.
Family owned and operated, GN Bank has been providing customers with the highest quality of financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Whether you have personal, business, or agricultural needs, GN Bank is big enough to handle all of your banking needs, yet small enough to provide you with that personal touch you've grown to expect from a community bank. GN Bank, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more at gn-bank.com.
A partner in your fields and in your success. That's what you get with Murphy Seed. Channel seedsman Matt Murphy knows your fields and can recommend the elite seed products designed to perform in your area, maximizing the profitability of every acre. With Murphy Seed, you'll get year-round, hands-on, customized service. To learn more, call Murphy Seed at 620-249-6419. Your partner at every stage. Matt Murphy and Murphy Seed. Roto-Rooter is proud to serve Girard and the surrounding area, offering sewer and drain cleaning, as well as septic and grease trap pumping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From toilet clogs to video inspections, sewer line repairs to complete replacements. To make an appointment, call 620-231-5630. Roto-Rooter is now owned by GHS alum Braden Peak and GMS teacher Heather Peak, and they are proud to support the Trojans. Roto-Rooter, 620-231-5630. See their ad in names and numbers.
Welcome back out here to Parsons High School at the break. The Trojans trail it by 4, 28-24. We do want to let you know that our halftime show is brought to you by GN Bank. where they've been providing customers with the highest quality financial services in a friendly and professional way for the last 100 years. Personal, business, or agricultural needs, turn to GN Bank. Learn more at gn-bank.com. Well, Jess, man, what a first half. A game of runs, really. The Trojans started out hot. Parsons came roaring back to take a big lead, and then the Trojans chipped away at it and got it down to 4 here before the break. But, man, if not for some outside shooting by Dante Sawyer, who had 9 points there in the first half, it'd be a very different ball game.
Yeah, very eerily similar to that first game we watched. Sawyer just kind of wide left, wide open a time or two in that Trojan zone. Just lights out, couldn't miss. But offensively, what I saw out of the Trojans, I like it. I like how they move the ball around. Damon hit a couple threes. It looks really, really good. It's impressive. They're strong on the defensive and offensive boards. They're just long, and it's going to be a real exciting year, I do believe.
And, looking at this Parsons team, this is not an easy first game of the season.
No.
Like a lot of coaches like to go out and try and schedule like maybe a smaller school or a program that's kind of struggled over the last few years to kind of as a warm-up. This is one hell of a warm-up here for the Trojans.
Throw them to the fire.
Man.
See what you got.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of these first half stats. This Eye on the Game is brought to you by Kennar Eye Care. As we take a look back at the first half, Kennar Eye Care is making sure that you can see what you're looking at. Kennar Eye Care, with locations in Pittsburgh and Girard, is here to help their valued customers. Learn more at KennarEyeCare.com. First off, for the Girard Trojans, they're led in scoring by Aiden Damon, who has 9 points in the first half. Next up, Tommy McDowell with 6. And then Alex Kester and Aiden Troike each have 4. And Luke Nigaman added 1 on 1 for 2 from the charity stripe. Parsons Vikings, they're led in scoring by Dante Sawyer and Jesse Jones. They got their points in different ways. Jones does have 1 3-pointer, but they both have 9 points there in the first half. Next up, Trey Mack and Jamarian Washington each with 4. And Landon Wheat with a bucket to round out the scoring for the Parsons Vikings. So if you're Coach Westcott in the locker room, Jess, what are you telling your team here as you get set for the second half?
Oh, I do believe it's just come out and do the same old thing.
Yeah.
I like I said, I liked what I saw out of the team. We were just 4 points down. You might want to get a little more aggressive, limit your turnovers. The Vikings got a few points in transition off some Trojan turnovers, so no unforced errors. Take care of the basketball, and you know as well as I do, you're going to have to make some free throws here late in this game to seal this deal.
And if I had one thing for the Trojans, I would say when you're driving to the bucket, there needs to be a little more reckless abandon. Like anticipate there's going to be some contact and go strong to the hole rather than try and finesse the ball up there with the finger rolls that they've been doing here in the first half.
Right. Don't count on the whistle to be blown. Go ahead and try to make the basket.
It hasn't been for the Trojans under the basket. They're letting a lot of contact go tonight, and you got to adapt to that. As long as it's consistent throughout the game, you can adapt to it. And so I think they're going to have to make that shift there in the second half. We'll step away for another break, and we'll be back with second half action here from Parsons. Trojans trail it by 4 at the break. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Thanks to your support, Kennar Eye Care has expanded. With double the space, they offer more exam rooms, larger optical selection, and extended hours to fit your schedule. And with the latest technology, they can quickly diagnose any eye-related issues. All patients are welcome at Kennar Eye Care, the clear choice for your family's vision.
Hydrix, your dependable independent. Depend on us for service, for selection, for price. Get huge Samsung savings. Leave notes, sync calendars, and display your photos on the new Samsung Family Hub refrigerator. Plus, get free same-day delivery. Why shop for appliances where the motto is do it yourself, when you can depend on the know-how of people who live appliances every day?
The only thing better than our price is our service. Hydrix, Fort Scott, and Girard.
Welcome back to Parsons High School. Getting set for second half action. Trojans trailing it by 4 at the break to the Parsons Vikings. This is a 1-point game a year ago, and we talked about it before this last break. What a first game of the year. Not a patsy. They have not scheduled a patsy for the Trojans, that's for sure. Neither one of these teams. So a good warm-up, I guess, for the rest of the year for these two squads. And just got to chat with Dennis Dodd down here, one of the greatest triple jumpers in Southeast Kansas, like of all time.
Good.
A hell of a sprinter, too. Yeah. Man. I'll tell you what, he's looking better than me. I need to go on a diet or something. I think my years have been longer than his, Jess. I'm not sure. Or harder, one or the other. I don't know. Well, teams take the floor as we get set for second half action. The Trojans will play host next week to Liberal, Missouri. The boys will. The girls will be on the road at the St. Paul tournament. And I imagine we'll have the boys game for you, I believe, next Tuesday night. I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me here, the master plan from BJ. But then we'll probably pick up some of the later tournament games over in St. Paul, maybe, perhaps. They do have internet in St. Paul, right, Jess?
I believe so,
okay, yeah. Crawcan gets over there. We'll be good to go. There's a steal to start the second half. Aiden Troike comes away with it. Finger roll up. The glass is good. 6 points for Troike. Cuts the lead to 2.
Good start.
And here comes the trap. A little half-court trap action. They get it to Trey Mack down on the blocks, down to Landon Wheat. Good ball movement to break that trap by the Vikings. Wheat has 4. The lead back to 4. Cross-court pass to Troike. Thought about a 3. Puts it on the floor. Little floater from the elbow. Won't go. And that's what you got to avoid.
Yep.
If you're Aiden Troike, and we've seen him do that a couple times, that's foul number 3 on Troike. And 2 of his 3 fouls have been what I would call not good.
Right, frustration fouls after a miss.
Frustration fouls, like after a rebound and then after a miss, and you can't have those. Washington with it in the corner. He's trapped. Down, he'll get it out. Johnson over to Sawyer, open for 3. I don't know how. It's tipped away to Washington in the corner, almost walked with it. Now gets it back out to Mack, around to Jones. He'll put it on the floor into the lane, trying to create a little bit. Washington back out to Jones for 3, too strong. Right into the breadbasket of Tommy McDowell. And the Trojans coming back the other way. Damon draws a little bit of contact up top, gets it back. He'll pull the trigger on a 3. No good, off the rim, rebounded by Washington. Now ahead to Sawyer. Here he drives, and you can see why he shoots 3s. Now McDowell loses it in the open floor, and there's a layup by Sawyer. 11 points for Sawyer. Vikings by 6. And that's just an instance of McDowell needing to be a little bit more patient with the ball in the open floor. Kicks it over. Troike for 3, way too strong with the 3. Coach Westcott scratching his head over that one. And just not some not good looking shots here over the last couple possessions for the Trojans. Sawyer out to Wheat. He'll put it on the floor, goes baseline. And dunks on Luke Nigaman. Trojans never looked like they had their defense set there. Nobody really knew their assignment, and Landon Wheat took advantage of it. Kester gets the shot to fall and the foul from Trey Mack. Quickly down on the other end. 6 points for Kester. He'll head back to the line. He's 0 for 1.
The old-fashioned three-point play.
Well, he earned it. Sawyer will take a seat. Demias Johnson back in the game. This is the biggest lineup Parsons can put on the floor. And Kester 0 for 2 from the stripe. Kester's shot won't go again. Use the backboard. And here quickly coming the other way is Jones. He rattles it in good. Trojans didn't pick him up, and he just kept coming to the bucket. And there's something wrong with the scoreboard now. We've lost the Trojan score.
But if they ask my help, I'll give it to them.
Yeah. And there it is. And we got a foul against Girard here. We'll see who they're going to whistle this one on. Oh, nope, they got it on Washington for Parsons. That's his third. Trey Mack checks in. Washington sits. Dante Sawyer checks in. And Landon Wheat will sit. Ethan Brooks into the game for Troike. 8-point lead here for Parsons as McDowell gets the inbound pass, can't get the shot to go. Rebound caroms out to Brooks, and his little floater in the lane is good. First bucket for Ethan Brooks. Comes with 4.5 to play, third quarter. Cuts the lead to 6. Beard with it, drives baseline, now kicks it across to Mack. Into the lane, poked away by Kester. Brooks with it on the run. Euro step in the lane, can't get it to fall, gets his own rebound. The putback won't go. Kester with the rebound. His putback won't go. How many shots within 3 feet of the bucket can the Trojans miss? And Jones gets to the bucket and the foul. You got to cut him off a lot sooner than that. The Trojans let him get real deep before picking him up. Foul's going to be whistled on Aiden Damon. That's his first. It's the first one. 12 points for Jones. Lead back to 7. That one's short. Brooks down with the rebound. Ahead to McDowell. Into the lane to Dressler. Off the glass and good. Colton Dressler's first bucket of the game. And the Trojans are within 5. Trey Mack with it, top of the key. Drives into the lane, kicks it back out to Jones. Long three, no good. Rebound comes down to McDowell. Tries to get it to Dressler, and it's picked off by Jones. Jones's shot won't go. The rebound comes down to Kester. Gets it ahead to Aiden Damon. Damon into the lane to McDowell. Goes to work. Shot won't go. Stronger to the bucket. And there's a timeout. Coach Houck wants to talk it over. It's a full timeout. We'll take one as well. Trojans trail it by 5. 3:12 to play in the third. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Call service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Calls carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Calls continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com.
Welcome back to Parsons High School. 3:12 to play, third quarter. Trojans trailing it by 5. Parsons will have the ball coming out of the break. Jones to inbound. Gets it into Beard. Now Mack with it. Trying to avoid the trap. I think Ethan Brooks got away with a kick there. Beard puts a floater up, won't go. Dressler with the board. Damon with it now as the Trojans back in business offensively, trailing by 5. Damon picked up his dribble, now looking for some help. Gets it into Dressler on the blocks. Being pushed off his spot by Washington, but he gets the hook to go. Nice little turnaround by Dressler, 4 quick points. The lead back down to 3. Cross-court pass to Jones, dangerous. Wheat can't handle his pass, and the Vikings turn it over. Trojans will slow it down a little bit here. Ethan Brooks trying to get it down to Damon, not the greatest pass. Damon able to track it down. Now to Dressler, over to Clevenger, back up top. Nigaman now. Damon working against Trey Mack. And he takes a shot to the face from Mack. And that's 2 on Trey. Third team foul on Parsons here in the second half. Clevenger thought about a 3. Now gets it into Dressler on the elbow, down to Nigaman, back up top. Clevenger will pull the trigger, won't go. Dressler fighting for the rebound with Landon Wheat. Technical foul going to be called here. Let's see who they call it on.
Should be a double if they're going to call one.
Between Nigaman and Landon Wheat.
Brooks, maybe.
So there's going to be a personal foul on Landon Wheat and then a technical foul on Landon Wheat.
You can't recall it here.
Yeah, here we go. Here's some revisionist history going to take place right now.
Yep.
So we do have a personal and a technical on Landon Wheat, and that should foul him out of the game. Yep.
No change. So they
just
should
on Landon Wheat.
So they'll shoot the technical first.
Aiden Damon to shoot the technical for the Trojans. You can hear the displeasure of the local crowd. Tommy McDowell needs to not egg it on.
Right.
Coach tells him to be smart. Damon hits them both. First points of the second half for Aiden Damon. He's got 11. And the Trojans will have the ball.
But they still have Wheat in the game.
That should have been 5 on Wheat by my count, but who's counting, right? And there's another foul against Parsons. Do technicals count towards team fouls?
Yes.
Oh. Yep, Landon Weed will take a seat. I'm pretty sure that's 5 fouls. McDowell handles the pass. He'll pull the trigger on a 3, way short. Dressler with the rebound and the putback. Colton Dressler, man, he's earning it here in this third quarter. And the lead is down to 1. Sawyer with it. Back out to Jones, to Trey Mack. 3 in the corner, won't go, misses everything. And Nigeman comes away with the ball. Kester back to Nigeman, into the lane to Dressler. He pulls up and nails it. 8 points in the third quarter for Colton Dressler. And the Trojans lead it by 3. And a timeout on the floor. Coach Hawk wants to talk things over. And what a turnaround by the Trojans. And it's a 30-second timeout. We'll stay right here and talk about letting your emotions get the best of you. And I think that's kind of what's happening right now to the Vikings. And the Trojans need to be careful not to fall into that trap.
Right. I agree. Don't follow suit. Just keep playing your game. And Colton Dressler off the bench with a hot hand here in the second half.
And he's just been in the right place at the right time. And his putbacks have been good.
Yep.
He's been decisive going to his moves.
And we're blocking out. Nigeman did a great job on that last possession of blocking out, getting a rebound. Just all around, just these big, tall boys of Girard are just playing well here. I'd like to see us continue to use our size under the basket.
So Sawyer will inbound for the Vikings coming out of the timeout. He'll get it back. McDowell picks him up out at the NBA three-point line. Now Jones with it, being guarded by Damon, trying to avoid the trap with Nigeman. Carried it a little bit. Now back out to Sawyer, who falls down with the ball. And it's a held ball. And it's going to be Trojan basketball after the held ball. As Sawyer attempts to dry up the floor. Does nobody here have a towel? That guy over there, he's got a towel. Anyway. McDowell with it on the wing, kicks it over to Damon, thought about a 3, now top of the key to Kester. Down low to McDowell, fading away, hits it. 8 points for McDowell. Trojans up by 5. Get it to Washington on the baseline, and they're going to call a blocking foul against Kester, although Washington definitely came with the forearm there. I think Kester got the worst of that, as you often do when committing a blocking foul. But Alex not afraid of contact, if you guys have watched any football this year. Picks that one off. And then loses his dribble out of bounds. Just weaving and bobbing and couldn't quite figure out what he wanted to do with it. And Beard did a good job of being patient on defense and giving ground, and Kester just lost control of it. Missed opportunity there for the Trojans.
Kester's kind of guarding himself by going in and out.
Jones down the lane, off the glass, and good. And he gets a charge. Wipe away the bucket. That's the second charge of the game Luke Nigeman has taken. Maybe the third. I think it's the second.
Maybe the third. Yeah, I agree. 2 seconds here. Catch and shoot.
Over the top to McDowell. Tries to get it to Nigaman, and they can't get the shot off before the buzzer. And that'll do it for the third quarter, but what a quarter for the Trojans. They lead it by 5. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back. You're watching Trojan Basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Hey, Mama.
Now more than ever, Croccan is dedicated to helping keep families connected, workers to collaborate, students to learn, and businesses to continue to serve their customers, and even for doctors to treat their patients. Croccan's reliable high-speed fiber-to-the-home network means no buffering movies or grainy video conferences, no matter how many people are using it. Call or go online to sign up for the fastest and best internet in Southeast Kansas. Croccan. If you need to stay connected, you need Croccan.
Family owned and operated, G&N Bank has been providing customers with the highest quality of financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Whether you have personal, business, or agricultural needs, G&N Bank is big enough to handle all of your banking needs, yet small enough to provide you with that personal touch you've grown to expect from a community bank. G&N Bank, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more at gn-bank.com.
Five-point game, 1 quarter left to play. Trojans lead the Parsons Vikings 42-37. Parsons has it coming out of the break. Jones being trapped. Now Washington trapped. Gets it back to Jones. The ball ends up back with Washington. He hooks McDowell into the lane. Can't get it to go. Long rebound. And who are they going to call for a foul there?
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Huh.
That's all I'm going to say about that. And Aiden Troike is going to take a seat after picking up his 4th foul. Ethan Brooks into the game. That's a big one for the Trojans. Beard gets it down low to Washington, and size advantage against Damon, and he goes to work there, and Aiden commits the foul, and Washington will head to the line trying to complete a 3-point play. 6 points for Washington tonight, trying to make it 7 right here. First trip to the stripe. No good off the back iron. McDowell with the board. Brooks quickly back the other way, off the glass and good. Ethan Brooks showing off the speed. He's got 4 points. Beard into the lane, kicks it back out to Sawyer, off the mark. McDowell with the rebound, and he's going to draw a foul on Washington. That's 4 on Washington. Foul's starting to become a factor here for Parsons.
That should send Tommy to the line.
McDowell 2 for 2 from the stripe tonight. Hits his first. Landon Wheat checks back into the game. He must only have 4 fouls, Jess.
Must. Or they changed the rule when it's 6 this year.
Yeah, maybe we're going NBA rules.
Right. But I'll bet he only has 4.
My stats are, of course, unofficial, so McDowell hits them both. Trojans lead it by 5. Here's Sawyer driving to the hoop. Out of control, hits the floor hard. And they're going to get Ethan Brooks with the foul. I believe that's Brooks' first, yep. 16 foul on Girard here in the second half. First one's up and good for Sawyer. He's got 12 points on the night. That's the first. Well, no, he has a 2-point bucket. I'll take that back on a putback. And he hits them both. Timeout on the floor, full timeout. We'll take it as well. Trojans lead it by 5. 7:10 left to play. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Mathis Drugstore Incorporated has a proud Girard history of more than 50 years. Glenn and Karen Mathis took over the store in 1983 from Glenn's father and have been providing outstanding customer care and service since. At Mathis, they know their customers by name and value their support. Primary goal is to provide fast, accurate, friendly service. Mathis is a full-service pharmacy that accepts most insurance plans and supports competitive cash pricing. Mathis Drugstore, a proud supporter of Girard High School student-athletes.
You see Coach Westcott talking things over with his squad. They lead it by 5 here in the fourth quarter. Fouls are starting to become a factor. Aiden Troike playing with 4 for the Trojans. Both Landon Wheat and Jamarian Washington, playing with 4 for Parsons.
Parsons setting up a press.
They get it down to Ethan Brooks, break the press, drives in the lane, but loses his dribble. Trey Mack comes away with it. And that's just an instance of maybe trying to do a little too much there. Let the team settle into the offense there if you're Brooks. But he saw an opportunity and tried to take it. Just couldn't maintain the dribble. Jones with it, tries to go baseline on Damon. Now back to Landon Wheat, working against Nigaman, has it poked away. And a offensive foul against Ethan Brooks. And you know, if you're Brooks, the smaller player wants to take the charge. You can't run right into his chest like that. You got to be smarter than that. He's standing there just begging you to run into him, and what do? You run into him. Still a 5-point game. Sawyer with it, looking for somewhere to go, gets it to Jones. He'll drive down the lane, shoots a little 15-footer, can't get it to go. Kester with the board, Trojans back the other way. Troike playing with 4 fouls, leads Damon too much, and it turns it back over to Parsons. Trojans still running that little half-court trap. Landon Wheat kicks it out. 3 on the way from Sawyer. Rolls off, no good. And there's a battle for the rebound. There's a foul on the play. We'll see who they call it on. I'm going to guess it's on Kester, and it is, even though he was the lower man there. Aiden Damon will take a seat. Colton Dressler back into the game for Girard. Had himself a hell of a third quarter. We'll see if he can turn it back on here in the fourth. First trip to the line tonight for Landon Wheat. Hits the first. If I'm the Trojans, I go right at Wheat. I know he'll have a lot of points tonight, but he's a pretty important player for Parsons. If you can get him out of the game, so much the better, as he hits them both. And a turnover by the Trojans. Sawyer to the rack, can't get it to go. Jones gets it to go, and they're going to get McDowell with the foul over the back, I believe. And again, if you're Tommy McDowell, get your money's worth there and make sure he doesn't make that shot.
Called it on Nigaman.
Oh, they called it on Luke, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's actually better. I think that's his first. It would have been McDowell's second, so not a big deal there.
So we got a 30-second timeout.
But it's a 1-point game.
Yep.
And the Trojans have just not been sharp with the ball. I mean, it's like the last game we watched. They just aren't taking care of the ball, and that's allowed Parsons to get back in the game. It's not like Parsons is shooting it well or anything. It's just we're letting them back in the game, and they're getting putbacks and fouls and kind of sloppy points, but they're still getting points out of it.
I agree, but there's still almost 6 minutes to go. There's still a whole lot of basketball to be played here.
Yeah, I guess, Jess. My point is that you were up by 7 a minute and a half ago, and now you're up by 1. And Parsons really hasn't done anything. It's self-inflicted. The momentum swinging back towards the Vikings, and not a lot of time left in this game as Jones makes the free throw, and we're tied at 46. Gets it over to Kessler. Nigaman with it. Over to McDowell, into the middle of the lane to Kester, back out to Troike. He thought about a three. Now he'll take a shot from the elbow, won't go. Landon Wheat comes down with the board, and he loses the ball out of bounds. I think he was expecting more contact to come from Kessler, and it didn't. And now Sawyer appears to be hurt.
He might have took Wheat's elbow that he was trying to throw.
Yeah, I know. He was more concerned about throwing an elbow than doing anything with the ball, and I think he got his own guy maybe.
Nope.
The benefit of watching at home is you can rewind and see what actually happened there. But
if the camera was in the right spot.
Was it, Jess?
I hope.
But was it? Now Luke Nigaman into Landon Wheat. Gets the shot to fall, no foul. 3 points now for Nigaman. Trojans lead it by a pair. Shot won't fall. McDowell with the board. Troike with it. Needs to watch his back. And to Dressler. Nice pass by Nigaman to find Dressler. 10 points, 10 points here in the second half for Colton Dressler. Trojans back up by 4. Oh, Jones has lost a shoe out there near half court. And they're going to get a blocking foul against Alex Kester as Jones juked himself right out of his shoe. I can safely say I've never done that.
Yeah.
Like I've never had the moves to juke out of a shoe.
Every now and then I've stepped in a big sticky mud and pulled my foot out of the shoe. But
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah. I grew up in the country. Yeah. First shot good for Washington.
I do wear Crocs a lot, so sometimes I...
Doesn't take much to lose a Croc.
Right.
Second shot on the way from Washington. Too strong, back iron. Nigaman has it. Luke gets it over to Aiden Troike, top of the key. Troike down the lane, off the glass, can't get it to go. Gets his own rebound. Putback won't go.
Careful.
Rebound comes down to Trey Mack. And back to Troike. 8 points for Aiden Troike. Trojans lead it back up top by 5. And there's a kick. That might work at Manchester United, but it doesn't work
There's some more
here in Southeast Kansas.
World Cup knowledge.
Yeah. I've heard of a soccer team. I think they're like the Yankees of soccer. That pass intended for Wheat, stolen away by Kester. Quick hands by Alex to break that one loose. Now Troike with it, gets it down low to McDowell, working into Wheat, who can just stand there. He can't do much. And McDowell gets the shot to fall. Trojans on top by 7. Washington working with it. Into Dressler, has it stripped away by Nigaman. And the Trojans off and running again. And that one's stripped away. Trojans are going to keep possession of it. A timeout for Coach Westcott. Enough of that. Good effort, though, by Troike and Jones there. And the Trojans, is it a full timeout?
I think it was. Has to be.
It is a full timeout. We'll take it as well. Trojans lead it by 7. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. Trojan fans can find us at 408B North Grand in Pittsburgh or call 620-232-7305. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
.333 to play here, fourth quarter. Did you hear that, Jenny? And the Trojans lead it by 7. And what has been an up and down affair for both teams here tonight. And Coach Westcott called that timeout to kind of stop a chaotic course of events there, and the Trojans maintained possession.
Rugby scrum.
Yeah, it was ugly, whatever it was. Nigaman with it over the top to McDowell. Down low, too deep. Got it off the glass, good to go. Nice aggressive move that time by McDowell to get that shot up. And the Trojans up by 9. Here's Sawyer with it out at the three-point line. And his pass over the top, almost a backcourt violation. Coach wanted it. Oh, Troy Nigaman almost with a trip there. And McDowell sends that one back into the bench. Return to sender.
Almost goaltending. That ball was almost on its way down.
Over the top, it's Landon Wheat with it at the wing. He'll pull the trigger on a 3, way short. And that'll send it back to the Trojans. And we got a substitution. Jones checks in, replacing Joe Keel, who is just in out of the timeout. So a brief tenure on the floor for Keel. Dowell into the lane to Dressler. A lot of height on the floor right now for Girard. Shortest player is Alex Kester. He's 6 foot tall. Into Nigaman, off the glass, won't go, but his tip in is good. And they're just going right at Landon Wheat inside because they know he's playing with 4 fouls. Sawyer going to try a 3, no good off the back iron. Rebound comes down to Dressler. Slow it down, Alex. 2:15 left to play in the ball game. Trojans leading it by 11. Dressler with it, up top to McDowell. He'll put it on the floor, kicks it back out to Troike. Bad idea. Wasn't really looking where he was passing, and throws it away out of bounds. Coach Westcott, I would say somewhat less than happy with that, wouldn't you? I'm just picking up his nonverbals, and I would say that's a man who's not pleased. Demias Johnson back into the game, replacing Jamarian Washington. And Jones will handle across the timeline as we tick down under 2 minutes to play. Sawyer trying to get it down low, deflected. It's now in the hands of Wheat. Back out to Sawyer. Now he'll drive into the lane. Shot on the way, reels out, no good. The tip won't go. Nigaman with the rebound. And Damon looking to push for Girard. Being hassled. Now he'll kick it back out. They're going to whistle a reach-in foul. And we'll see who they get. And they're going to get Dante Sawyer. I believe that's his second foul. No, it is his third foul.
So here comes these all-important late-in-the-game free throws,
Yep.
Aiden Chorkey.
Double bonus time here for Girard. I think the scoreboard's wrong. I don't think the Trojans have 10 team fouls. Rebound comes down to Kester, and Girard can hold on to it for a little bit longer here. Now Damon with it over to McDowell. Back up top to Nigaman. Back to McDowell at the free throw line. He'll shoot. Off the iron, no good. Nigaman with the rebound. Back out to Kester. Reset. Into the corner to Damon, thinking about a three. Now down low to McDowell. Back up top to Nigaman. Kester back over to, and there's a quick foul from Jesse Jones. I believe that's his third. 10th team foul against.
I lobby for a high school shot clock all the time, but
not when you're up by 5 with
right.
a minute left.
I like it now.
And Troike gets it to fall.
Makes it at least a 2-possession game right there. That was a huge free throw.
The Trojans are up by 12.
Oh.
Make it 13. A little more than 2 possessions, Jess.
That's because my math was wrong.
Mathologically speaking. Long shot on the way, won't go. Kester comes down with the rebound.
Walk it out.
That was Connor Barkus with the shot. None of these numbers are in order on Parsons' roster. It's like a crazy person did this roster. I don't know if it's alphabetical.
They're
Nope,
by
it's not-
grade.
It's not alphabetical. Shot is up and good, and the foul. They got Demias Johnson with the foul. Just his second. And Luke Nigaman will try to complete the three-point play here. And he hits it. Yeah, it was just one. Looks like I made
Right.
that shot, bud. So Trojans start to pull away here as we get some reserves ready to come into the game. On the next stoppage, Jones pulls up for three, way short. Rebound comes down to Troike. He'll give it back to Aiden Damon, and the Trojans can dribble this out. And that's going to do it. Trojans win this one 63-47 over the Parsons Vikings. And they start the season out 1-0. And man, this was a nip and tuck affair. It's closer than the score. And Girard able to pull away late and get the plays when they needed them. And, you know, it's just a Rod Westcott team.
Yep.
Nip and tuck, and then you pull away late, make the plays when you need to, come away with a win. Ho-hum. Trojans 1-0 on the year, and Jess, man, I'm pleasantly surprised by this team.
Yeah, we had a lot of off-record talks through the football season, through a lot of different places, and I know Coach Westcott pretty well, and I just couldn't get much out of him all summer long or anything, but I'm telling you, this boys, they look really good tonight.
Just a positive start pretty much all around for the Girard Trojans. And sorry, I was taken aback. That's Greg Hill over there. He used to play at Pittsburgh State. I mean,
yeah.
I come to Parsons, I'm like, hey, there, hey, I know that, hey. Anyway, So Trojans with big win here tonight. We'll step away for a quick break. We'll be back with the Leah Smith Agency Farmers Insurance post-game show. You're watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
Chicken Annie's Girard is a proud supporter of Trojan Athletics. Chicken Annie's of Girard serves up the area's best fried chicken and a whole lot more. Check out their weekly specials like chicken and noodles on Wednesdays, Thursday nights kids nights, and Friday boneless wings. Oh, and don't forget about those delicious homemade pies. Stop in or enjoy their mouth-watering favorites at home with carry-out and catering available. Chicken Annie's Girard, continuing a Southeast Kansas tradition. Learn more at chickenanniesgirard.com or call 620-724-4090.
Farmers Bank is a proud supporter of Girard schools. For generations, Farmers Bank has worked with local leaders, businesses, and residents to help shape the future of Southeast Kansas. Farmers Bank is proud to have helped with the growth and development of the communities we serve. As partners in business and friends in life, Farmers Bank is looking forward to a brighter tomorrow. Farmers Bank, with locations in Walnut, Hepler, St. Paul, and Girard. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
You've enjoyed life. Over the years, your community has become your passion, something you hope future generations get to experience, just as you have. That's why the Girard Area Community Foundation has worked hard to help fulfill charitable goals and inspire generosity, meeting the needs of the communities they serve. Creating a legacy fund with GACF ensures what you leave behind is an effective and lasting improvement in the community you love so dearly. Make plans to visit GirardAreaFoundation.com, preserving traditions for those who follow.
Here at the Smith Agency, we love being part of our hometown, and we know it's the people who make our community great. That's why this year, we're on the search for our hometown hero. Hometown heroes are individuals who go above and beyond impacting people's lives. Hometown heroes are children, parents, seniors, they're leaders, and they're everywhere. Nominate your hometown hero, and at the last home game of the season, they'll be recognized with a $100 gift card to Heroes Barbecue. Contact our office and nominate your hero today.
If you're in the market to buy or sell a house, land, or commercial space, look no further than Lehman Realty. Locally owned and operated, Jason Lehman and his staff are ready to meet the needs of every client. When it comes to your listing, you can trust that Lehman Realty will take the time to get to know you and your property. Lehman Realty is a proud supporter of Girard Trojan Athletics. Learn more at www.lehmanrealty.net or call Jason at 620-724-8020.
Well, things are winding down here in Parsons, Kansas, but the Trojans come away with the big win on the boys' side, 63-47 over the Parsons Vikings. And Jess, I'm starting to compile some numbers here, but for the Trojans, 4 guys in double figures.
Yeah, what a great team effort.
Yeah, and pretty different than what we saw last year. We knew it was going to have to be. You knew it was going to have to be more of a community effort, and certainly was that tonight.
Right.
And
the one thing, Josh, that still has me a little worried is you didn't see when Parsons come out and pressed us a little bit there in the third quarter. We did make a lot of mistakes, and
right.
So we might have to shore some of that up a little bit, but
need some more confident ball handling. But that'll come with experience, I think, at the varsity level, and hopefully that's something that grows throughout the year. You know, you're not going to get any less experience,
nope.
I guess, as the year goes on. So,
shouldn't.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at some of these totals here. We do want to let you know that our post-game show, as always, is brought to you by Leah Smith Agency Farmers Insurance. Leah has over 10 years of experience in both Kansas and Missouri. Let Leah and her staff find the right coverage for your personal or business needs. To learn more, call 620-670-4590, proudly serving our community and cheering on the Trojans. So an all-around effort here tonight, and it's just the one player that sticks out the most to me, that was the most pleasantly surprising tonight, was Colton Dressler. Came in, had a quiet first half, just a few minutes here and there, not very effective in the first half. But in the second half, it's like he came to life. I don't know what he drank at halftime. If it's orange Gatorade, let's just get that dude a bottle of that every night. because he came out in the second half and rattled off 10 points, and it was a huge contribution tonight for the Trojans. And they got some height and some length and some size.
Yeah.
And so if they can get that guard play ironed out a little bit, this is going to be a pretty dangerous team. I'm surprised. I just can't quit saying it, Jess.
Right.
Because it's true.
And I'm just, like you just said, we're going to be a matchup problem for a lot of teams, I think, for sure, locally.
Okay, let's take a look at some of those scoring totals for the first half. First for the Parsons Vikings, they're led in scoring by Jesse Jones with 13, and then Dante Sawyer also with 13 coming off the bench. 9 of those in the first half, 9 of them from beyond the arc. A little quieter in the second half, but he really kept Parsons effective there in that first half with his outside shooting. Jamarian Washington added 7. Landon Wheat had 6. Trey Mack added 4 to round out the scoring for Parsons. For the Girard Trojans, 4 guys in double figures. I can't say this enough, how important that is. Leading the way was Aiden Damon with 14. Next up was Tommy McDowell with 14. Aiden Damon had 11. Aiden Troike added 10. Colton Dressler had 10. And then Alex Kester and Tommy McDowell, Alex Kester and Luke Nigaman added 6 each. And Ethan Brooks had 4 to round out the scoring for the Trojans. But man, what a team effort. The defense looked good tonight. They were getting into the passing lanes, causing turnovers. And, as sloppy as they looked offensively at times, their defensive pressure made up for that.
Right, I wholeheartedly agree. And like you said, the first game, short season, a lot of those football players are just coming back.
A lot of them probably still dinged up.
Yeah.
From the football season.
And that's a great job for having to 2 years in a row.
Oh, by the way, did you happen to notice how Holton did in the state championship
Yes, I
game?
did.
They lost
28-0
to Andale.
51 straight wins by Andale.
Man, what a juggernaut they've built there in Andale. I mean, oh my goodness. But that's just a side note. But tonight the Trojans, big win here, 63-47. We'll step away for another break. We'll have Coach Westcott on the other side when we come back. You're watching Trojan Basketball on Girard Sports Live.
For years, James Brumback and Brumback Service Center have been keeping area residents on the road with high quality and fast service. Let's face it, none of us have time for a breakdown, so be sure to stop by Brumback's for preventative maintenance, oil changes, and tire repairs. Brumback's is also your place for new tires with a variety of quality brands to choose from. Brumback Service Center, 312 East St. John in Girard. Call 620-724-6770. Good luck, Trojans, from Brumback Service Center.
Family owned and operated, G & Bank has been providing customers with the highest quality of financial services in a friendly and personal way for over 100 years. Whether you have personal, business, or agricultural needs, G & Bank is big enough to handle all of your banking needs, yet small enough to provide you with that personal touch you've grown to expect from a community bank. G & Bank, a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Learn more at gn-bank.com.
McClellan Sanitation is a proud supporter of the Girard Trojans. McClellan Sanitation is also proud to have been serving Girard and the surrounding area for decades. McClellan Sanitation offers residential, commercial, and roll-off services. As a locally owned and operated company, owners Dave and Candy McClellan and their employees are dedicated to providing the highest quality customer service. To learn more, call McClellan Sanitation at 620-724-8486. McClellan Sanitation wishes the Girard Trojans the best of luck this season.
Whether you're trying to make the most of the next harvest, navigating a changing business landscape, or planning for the next chapter in your life, the professionals at Prime Accounting Solutions are here to help. With 10 locations, Prime Accounting offers convenient, friendly accounting and tax services at a fair price. Payroll, bookkeeping, business planning, personal tax filing, and more. And now Prime is the place to go for insurance. Trojan fans can find us at 408B North Grand in Pittsburgh or call 620-232-7305. To find a location near you, go to primeaccounting.net.
Welcome back out here one last time to Parsons High School. Right now we're joined by head coach Rod Westcott. Coach, what a win tonight for your team. And coming into the season, there was a lot of question marks for you guys, like mainly where's the scoring going to come from? And tonight, a team effort, like it takes a village, and you guys really came through up and down the roster.
Yeah. Still a lot of question marks. Still a lot of question marks. No, the guys did some good things tonight. I thought we played extremely hard. I think that 1-3-1 is going to be good for us. We're not basketball conditioned right now, and that probably showed a little bit tonight. We tried to kind of back off on that until later. Well, it didn't run any until the second half, and that's something I think can really be bread and butter for us. But hopefully by mid-January or so, we're running it a little bit better. But proud of our kids tonight. I thought we battled through some adversity, missed some good looks early on that we need to have go down for us. And Colton Dressler come off the bench and really give us a big lift and knock some bunnies in down underneath, and just big strong kid, really played well for us. So like to see that. Had some good things there from him, and of course everybody stepped up. Alex just worked his tail off tonight. Number 3 last year, I don't know what he had tonight. I think he still had 13, but gosh, last year he had 25 on us last year, 6 threes, and he just lit us up. So Alex really did a good job on him when we were manned up, and hopefully we can continue that. We got a lot of things that we can improve on from this. This will be a good film for us to watch because we had a lot of silly mistakes that we need to clean up.
Well, you got an interesting looking squad. A lot of length out of your guards. I mean, you're long and tall, and you guys get into the passing lanes, and I think you might cause some matchup problems this year.
We could. This may be overall one of the longest teams we've ever had, at least since I've been here at Girard. And we got some good length out there. That can cause some fits. I think we need to probably be a little more physical. Although tonight was a very physical ball game. The referees let us play tonight, and which is good. You get a little flow to the game that way. But when they do, we've got to make sure that we're physical and strong to the bucket. And for the most part, we did a decent job of that. But it's something we've got to get better at.
All right, Coach. Well, next week you guys are going to welcome in Liberal, Missouri, and because of the weird practice rules, they have a little bit more practice time than we do in the state of Kansas. Have you had a chance to look at them at all? Do you know what to expect out of them?
I actually got to see them a little bit last night online, and Travis does a good job with them. Traditionally, they like to press and run up and down and shoot lots of threes, so it should be a fun game. Probably be, because that's what we want to do. We want to go up and down, and I'd like to shoot 3. We'll shoot them. We don't always make them, but that's something that we're working on. So hopefully we can remedy that a little bit and get some more going in, and it makes it for a lot of fun.
All right, Coach. Well, congratulations on the win. We'll let you off the hook and go enjoy it tonight, and we'll see you back next week to host Liberal.
All right, sounds good, guys.
All right, take care.
We'll see you.
That's head coach Rod Westcott of the Girard Trojans. They come out on top tonight, 63-47 over a very physical and talented Parsons squad, and a heck of a way to start off the year. No patsies at all here tonight, and the Trojans come out with a quality win over a quality opponent. And we do want to let you know the post-game coach interview is brought to you by Community National Bank and Trust, serving the area for 30 years. Stop in soon to pick up your own Girard Trojan Instant Issue mascot debit card. Community National Bank and Trust, a proud supporter of Girard schools. Learn more online at mybankcnb.com. Well, we're going to take our final break of the post-game show, and we'll be back to bid you a fond farewell from here in Parsons, Kansas. The Trojans split tonight with the Vikings. The girls lose their game 58-51. The boys win 63-47. And we head down the road into what should be an exciting basketball season, and we'll have nary all of it for you here on Girard Sports Live. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back.
Community National Bank and Trust has been serving the area for more than 30 years with a strong commitment to the highest quality leadership and banking services. Stop in soon and pick up your very own Girard Trojan Instant Issue Mascot Debit Card. While you're there, be sure to ask about Secure Lock, mobile banking, Guardian Secure Checking, and People Pay. Learn more at mybankcmb.com. Community National Bank and Trust is a proud supporter of Girard Schools.
Member FDIC.
Go Trojans!
Whisper a phrase into a person's ear, then pass it on to a group of people. Notice how the message changes by the time that the last person hears it? In business, consider word of mouth in the same light. What people say may turn into something different than you would like it to be. It can't be controlled. That's why Norris Advertising provides proven ad solutions through radio, billboards, and digital sign sales, allowing your message to be controlled by the person that knows your business best. You, Norris Advertising, a proud sponsor of Trojan Athletics.
The Producers Co-op Farm Store is committed to making your life easier by supplying you with the things you need for your farm and home. As always, the Producers Co-op Farm Store has a great selection of farm and ranch supplies, including pet supplies, ranch and corral building supplies and equipment, automatic waterers and feed bunks, tack, dog food, pet and animal health supplies, workwear, boots, and much, much more. Come in and check out the great deals on lots of new merchandise as well. Proudly serving Girard and the surrounding area, and proud to support the Girard Trojans.
Celebrate, recognize, build. That's the promise of Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Owners Greg and Missy Scott are committed to helping their customers celebrate special moments, recognize achievements, and build relationships. With a huge selection of Trojan gear, plaques and awards, custom leather patch hats, trophies, and so much more. Plus, while you're there, stop in next door to find the latest fashions from Aubrey at Scott & Company. Wilbert Signature Awards and Engraving. Learn more at wilbertawards.com or call 620-724-0341.
Welcome back to Parsons High School. Trojans win this one on the boys' side tonight, 63-47. They'll be back in action Tuesday night in Girard when they play host to the Liberal Bulldogs, and we'll have that for you here on Girard Sports Live. The girls on the road at a tournament in St. Paul, and we should have some of those games for you. But conflict on Tuesday night, we'll take the home game at Ted R. Taylor. So that's where we'll be, and we hope to see you all there Tuesday night when the Trojans take on the Liberal Bulldogs. But for Jess Murphy, I'm Josh Lettner saying thanks for joining us here as the Trojans win one on the boys' side, lose one on the girls' side, and we're off and running in basketball season. We'll see you on down the road. You've been watching Trojan basketball on Girard Sports Live.
You've been watching Trojan Athletics on Girard Sports Live. Girard Sports Live is presented by Crocan, your community technology partner. Learn more at ckt.net. Also by Ag Choice of Epler, American Family Insurance, Jimmy Collins Agency, Bradshaw Collision Repair, Call Service, Community National Bank and Trust, Derailed Commodity, Diskins Auto and Towing, DS Construction, Evans Motors, Farm Bureau Financial Services, Farmers Bank, Girard Medical Center, Hydrix Appliance, The Jagged Edge, GN Bank, Larrett Ceramics, Leah Smith Agency Farmers Insurance, Lehman Realty, Mathis Drug, McClellan Sanitation, Norris Advertising, Producers Cooperative Association, and Roto-Rooter. Thanks for watching, and don't miss us next time right here on Girard Sports Live.